we'll have a little bit intro from each of us, from me and Satish. We'll share our thoughts, followed by speakers who will be sharing their thoughts, right? And we'll move forward. So let me go ahead and get started.
Hello, good morning, good evening.
Shiva, we can hear, right?
Yeah, Sharath, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Mic testing. I think, can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes.
Pretty clear.
कृपा जयाची सर्व सुख करता दुख हरता वार्ता विघ्नाची नुरवी पूर्वी प्रेम कृपा जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर उटिशेंदुराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळांची जय देव जय देव
जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन स्मरणे मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव
रत्न खचित फरा तुझ गौरी कुमरा चंदनाची ओटी कुंकुम केशरा हिरे जडित मुकुट शोभतो भरा तृणझुणती नूपुरे चरणी घागरिया जय देव जय देव
जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन स्मरणे मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव
लंबोदर पीतांबर फणीवर बंधना सरळ सोंड वक्र तुंड त्रिनयना दास रामाचा वाट पाहे सदना संकटी पावावे निर्वाणी रक्षावे सुरवर वंदना जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन स्मरणे मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव
जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती हो श्री मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन स्मरणे मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव.
Thanks, everyone. That's virtual lamp lightning. It's always a good practice to praise our gods, right? Before we start anything. So we want to showcase, the summit promo, after which, we'll start introducing ourselves. Yeah, that's our promo for 2023. So with this, let me quickly introduce myself. This is Sharath Atsmili here, and we have started this journey of SS Agile Gurus 2 years back, and this is our second anniversary. And we have planned to do this summit a little bit earlier because festival days are coming, right? So we don't want to get into that, so that all people can be able to participate in this event, right? So here when we say SS Agile Gurus, it is, Sharath and Satish. Satish, who is my backbone since long time. And it all happened accidentally when we met 2 years back, and, start off thinking about how we can be able to contribute ourselves to the community in some form or the other. And we were, brainstorming, and that's how this community got built. It is completely a voluntary platform. It is not an organization or a registered organization. Just we want to help people, across the Agile community in whatever way we can, either in the form of training or coaching or in the form of discussion, so that it will help people, to take things forward and to be able to take more mature decisions in their day-to-day activities, right? We have both WhatsApp and Telegram groups, where we have impacted more than 15,000 people across WhatsApp and Telegram groups. And, we have around, 10 WhatsApp groups around product. We have around DevOps, we have jobs groups, right? We have tech groups, we have tools with respect to Azure and DevOps, right? We have Agile coaching groups, Scrum groups, we have scaled Agile framework. Like that, we have created different groups just to ensure that, our audience have different preferences and they can be dedicated to those groups. And so that the discussions also flow in a right way along with the any material sharing or anything, right? So that is the intent behind that. Also, one key request from my side and also from Satish, like, we have named this summit as a free summit, right? So we are not going to charge anyone. But what we request people is during our intervals or during breaks, we'll be sharing some NGO slides, right? Where you can voluntarily donate as per your strength, right? There is nothing like big or small. Please go ahead, instead of we charging it as a summit fee or something. We want to ensure the money is channelized to any NGO which will help them out. So please look at those slides. You have QR codes available for most of the NGOs. So contribute to whatever best that you can, right? So with this, I want to hand it over to Satish Kolla, who is my backbone since past 2 years, and I know him more than past 5 years. Yeah, Satish, can you hear us? I know you are traveling or you are in midway of something. Satish?
Satish is not there right now. Maybe he has dropped and rejoining.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay. I think he got some busy schedule. That's why I think he might have dropped. Let me share from his perspective also. Like, we have a lot of exciting speakers lined up for today. As you all know, the entire tech space or entire the org space is going to through the transformation journey, right? So what we thought is, for Scrum Masters or Agile coaches, or in fact any tech field, people who are there in the tech field, it's not just implementation of some practices, and while those are important to create the difference, it is important for every one of us to have a holistic understanding about what is going around the products that we are trying to build across, right? And what are the kind of technologies that we are using as of today. And that too, the revolution is going very fast with the introduction of AI, ML, right? Blockchain, introduction of ChatGPT, a lot of other technologies, right? So there is an expectation that is increasing from all the sides across all the roles to understand from a holistic perspective of not just practices, but also from the product and tech side. So that is the triggering thought behind, introducing this product and tech summit so that people can leverage to the maximum, right? So I just want to thank heartfully all the speakers who got lined up for today and tomorrow, who came up voluntarily to participate in this summit and share their thoughts without expecting anything, right? That is one of the biggest things I think we have achieved out of this summit and the last summit also, right? And I also want to thank the facilitators who are going to play a key role today. And they are also coming up voluntarily, right? So with this, I think we can start off with our summit. Unless I'm not sure if Satish is still on. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and get started with our first speaker. Satish, are you still there or we miss you? Right. And one last quick point which I want to share with all of you. Satish has been, a key, or he's more than a core contributor, and without him, I don't know whether I would have sustained this much and we would have scaled this much and impacted these many audience within a short period of 2 years, right? So, Satish, he's a SPC, he has very vast knowledge on agile coaching. He's part of the enterprise agility framework, and there are a lot of credentials around him, and the kind of dedication that he shows in the groups when someone asks any question from any part, right? He will be there. He's always there. Probably I need to be factual, right? My contribution might be little less, but his contribution is always superb. I believe people who are already here might have already experienced. I see some people raising their hands to share their experience. I'll give you 1 minute for all of you. So, okay, I think I see Satish has joined now. Anyone
Yeah.
wants to share their thoughts?
Satish is there. Satish is there now, Sharad.
Yeah. Satish, I was talking about you only. Please take.
Hi everyone. I got just 10-15 minutes late, but I was still listening. I was on a listen only mode. Thanks everyone, first of all, taking your time to join this session for our facilitators, speakers, and the participants, and making sure this summit, you are giving us a lot of energy to bring a lot of speakers, a lot of topics, and making sure we are keep on doing these type of events. And this is just the beginning, right? We are planning to do in person as well. I'm spilling the beans, so get ready. We will share the good news shortly, and enjoy the summit. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Satish. We'll just give 2 minutes. If anyone wants to share their thoughts before we go for the first speaker.
Sharad, I will
wants to
request the audience to please come on the camera, right? I know it's a Friday, right? And everyone is waiting for a weekend, right? But I request everyone to please be on the camera. And we are all excited to start this summit. So thanks, guys. I can see you now. Thank you.
Hey, this is Prashant. Actually, I just wanted to share a few words about the Satish and Sharad. And I've been part of this community from last 1 year, and already, as Sharad mentioned, right, the kind of dedication which Satish and Sharad sharing in terms of helping the community, and I see a lot. They got a lot of well wish from the people, because a lot of people I see got a job from that forum where we are having this agile job forum, right? And a lot of people appreciate about it, and it's really a great job without any expectation from that community. And also just want to kudos to the team, and you guys are really doing a great work, so hats off to you.
Thanks, Shiva. Anyone else? Otherwise, we'll hand it out to the facilitators.
I'll just take some 30 seconds. I'm Vidyadhar from Hyderabad. So something like I have been in the group the last 1.5 years, and I have been closely following all the discussions that happens in the group and how Satish and Sharad they respond. Firstly, I would like to thank them and congratulate them on the same. They answer all the queries very patiently, and they provide very valuable inputs to all the participants in the group as well. And the guidance that they are providing on various topics, it's really I appreciate on those points. I thank you very much and congratulate on your 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, if there is some time left, I would like to take a moment.
Yeah, one last voice. Thank you.
Hi,
You're
hi,
tightly scheduled. Yeah, please go.
Thank you. So this is Subbu Chandragiri from Hyderabad. I'm an agile coach as well, and then of course an agile enthusiast. First of all, thanks to all the group members and congratulations for successfully entering into the second year. Yeah, I have been part of this group almost since the inception, and then being part of also many other discussions, and the sort of mentoring, the knowledge that we get from this group is really phenomenal. While there are many other groups, this group really stands different for all the quality discussions that happen, and also for mostly like the mentoring or the guidance which we get from Satish or from Sharath whenever we ask them for anything it's really great. So thank you a lot, guys, and I hope many more years to come for you, and of course many more events for us to participate as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Subbu. Thanks, everyone. With this, I want to hand it over to Gaurav to kick off our first speaker. Kick off with our first speaker. Thank you. Gaurav.
Thanks, Sharath. Thanks, Satish. So, guys, as Sharath and Satish were explaining about the idea about SS Agile Guru, how they set up this thing, right? And today we are into a summit, right? So they have actually, I would say, created a forum where next time you can also come and present a topic, right? So don't miss this opportunity, right, guys? So we are going to be coming up next summit next year, but this is a forum where you can come up with your own idea, present your topic, right? And this is the great forum, I would say, to learn. Now coming on the first topic today, right? So Chandrasekhar would be the one, the next one, right? He will be talk on the prompt engineering and the AI tools to become 5x of your version. So guys, trust me, everyone is talking about the ChatGPT and some AI tools. So Chandra will go into deep on that in this topic. So I can just brief what Chandra is currently doing in the industry. So Chandra is an agile expert with 18 years of experience in IT, well versed with agile principles, right? And he coaches the team on Scrum, Kanban, and Scrumban, and also help the teams on scale using frameworks like SAFe. So Chandra, over to you now. We can start with you. You can share the screen now. Thank you. Chandra, you're on mute.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now can you guys hear me and see my screen too?
Yeah, we can, Chandra.
Yes, we can.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Of course, I'm not seeing ladies. Of course, there are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Good evening to everyone. Okay, thank you for joining. Today's seminar. Of course, today's summit. Okay, I would like to extend the deepest gratitude to our organizations, of course, Satish and Sharath, on this forum for giving me an opportunity to speak before this knowledgeable and of course discerning audience. It's truly honor to be here. Okay, we are about to embark the fascinating journey, okay, through the time and technology, a journey that takes us from the realms of the fiction to a cutting edge realities of today. Okay, why fiction? Of course, you'll definitely get to know about it. Okay, as we traverse the path, we'll also explore how prompt engineering, an emerging field in the AI and machine learning, is revolutionizing the way we interact with technology. Okay, with that, okay, what all I'll be covering in today's topic is, of course, what is prompt engineering, the yin and yang, of course, of prompt engineering, principles of prompt engineering, process of prompt engineering, tools and technique, and lots of demos and lots of case studies, which I've experienced or worked on a regular basis. Okay, that's the thing, right? So let's begin our discussion. I'm sure everybody would have recognized this. Let me introduce you for the people who have not seen Doraemon so far, the character who was fascinated millions over the decades, right? Doraemon, a robotic cat from the 22nd century. Alongside him, we have a young Nobita or a young boy indeed, and in need of intuitive solutions for his daily dilemmas. You might wonder what a robotic cat and a young boy have to do with prompt engineering. Well, let's understand that, right? Doraemon comes equipped with a 4th dimension pocket, right? The moment he opens up, that's where the pocket you see that. Okay, a reservoir of futuristic gadgets. These gadgets are one size fits all, rather than they are carefully selected and address Nobita's unique problems. Now, considering prompt engineering in the world of AI, much like Doraemon's 4th dimensional pocket, the ChatGPT has a vast array of prompts at its disposal. And just as Doraemon tailors gadgets Nobita's needs Nobita's needs, prompt engineering aims to tailor the AI responses to specific requirements of the user. The system takes a prompt, processes it, provides the most fitting output, making it an adaptable and dynamic tool in the AI
So,
arsenal.
Chandrasekhar, we can't see the screen if you're sharing.
Can you please confirm? I am sharing.
Yeah,
my
we can
screen.
we can see.
We are able to see the screen.
Chandrasekhar, we can see your screen. Maybe request you to please rejoin.
Okay, thank you. So, in a sense, Doraemon could be considered as a world's first prompt engineer, aiding Nobita's, aiding with the help of aiding Nobita, with contextually appropriate solutions, just to fine-tune ChatGPT to do the users today, right? Okay. I mean, guys, I'm just getting feedback that people are not able to see the screen. They're able to see the PPT that Doraemon, this one, right?
Yes, we can
No,
see.
no, we cannot. I don't know how others We are able cannot to see. Mm.
Okay, I'll stop and re-present the screen.
We are able to see you, Chandra, but we are not able to see your screen.
Okay, now.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
Okay, now.
No, not yet.
Okay. Speakers, I mean, sorry, the organizers, can you just share the PPT which I'm actually provided? So people are not able to see the PPT. Is that okay?
Can everyone see it now?
Yes, we can see. We can
No.
see.
No.
No, I think only the organization facilitator only can see. We can't.
Okay, only the organization.
Yeah.
No, on your YouTube, if I see, if I'll check YouTube there, I'm able to see your screen, but not on Zoom.
I think, guys, whenever I was actually trying to log in, it said that there is some settings which you have enabled. Only organizers can only see.
Now we can see. Now we can see.
Yeah.
Now
Okay,
we are able to
okay.
see.
Yes,
Great,
yes.
go
We
ahead.
got
Thanks.
Thank you.
the settings changed. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. So I was kind of course, if you're actually seeing that now, okay. I was kind of trying to say that, of course, Nobita was our first let's say prompt engineer in a way, okay, and contextually, basically it's a fine-tuned ChatGPT that what users use today, right? So so this is where the prompt engineering actually starts. So basically, if you look at, okay, we have the comparisons between how Nobita used to come up with solutions. In fact, the Nobita used to come up with solutions, as well as in the ChatGPT with the which is an AI tool, would also come up with some sort of a solutions for whatever that you guys ask, right? Okay, moving on. Okay, so now again, from a fiction to a reality. So I would like to invoke another iconic character figure from a popular culture, of course, Tom Riddle's diary, and I'm sure everybody would have heard about Harry Potter series, right? In this magical world, which is created by J.K. Rowling, this diary serves as a communication between, I'm sure this is a movie clip scene, right? Where it says, okay, so it says, my name is Harry Potter, and then, it gives up that particular one, right? So that's the one. So this diary serves as a communication medium between the past and the present, allowing the users to interact with the stored consciousness, right? Now let's transport ourselves from the world of this magic and wizardly to the real world of artificial intelligence, what if I told you that the concept behind this particular Tom Riddle's diary isn't it entirely a stuff of fiction anymore, but it's there today in the form of a ChatGPT, right? Much like how the diary offered a tailored responses based on the questions posed to it. Okay, ChatGPT also engages the users and interactive dialogues using sophisticated algorithms and machine learning techniques. This AI tool, okay, analyzes user inputs via prompts and responds to contextually appropriate manner. While it may not store a piece of dark wizard's soul, it does harbor a vast amount of data and algorithms that facilitate the meaningful interactions. In fact, I wanted to spell this particular means that you can actually even train your ChatGPT to load and give you an answers based upon the data that you actually input. I'll definitely show you that in the demonstration as well. So you see the line between this particular fiction and the reality, what we see in the movies is like a kind of blurring. Okay. What once was a captivating plot device in the fancy novel is today's operational technology in the form of a ChatGPT, where it's aiding businesses, educators, researchers, individuals in numerous ways. This transition is a testament of how we come across of the realm of technology and artificial intelligence. From the movie screen to our computer screens, these advanced tools are no longer confined to the realm of imagination. They exist, and you have it today to actually experiment and live with them. Right. Let's continue in unraveling this particular one. So the importance and the importance and evolution of prompt engineering. As we progress further into the presentation, of course, we arrive at a crucial junction where we discuss the importance of prompt engineering. Okay, it's fascinating to trace the evolution of how we interact with the technology to find information or solutions. Many of us still recall the days of where we used to go to Alta Vista, Yahoo, Ask Jeeves, these were the internet browsers of those particular time. Interact fundamentally, fundamentally straightforward. Okay, you enter a keyword, okay, and the search engine, would try its best to match its relevant web pages. And it was a rudimentary form of prompting, yet groundbreaking at those times in 1990s. I'm sure everybody who are agile gurus here or people would have experienced that, and in the internet cafes and all that, right? So then comes the Google, okay, which revolutionizes the way we search introduction, introducing complex algorithms and context awareness. Google searches into account not just the keywords, but also uses the behavior, location, and even semantics. So it added 3 more dimensions to it, right? So now that's where the 4th dimension comes into play. Okay, this evolution in search technology was transferred, okay, and then it's still larger one-way interaction, because in Google we ask, okay, and the Google answers, but the system lacked the capability of a dynamic conversations or a deeper contextual understanding. Now let's talk about the next leap, which is a prompt engineering in AI. Particularly in the tools like ChatGPT, unlike search engines, we deal mostly in keywords and short queries. Prompt engineering allows us for an interactive and adaptive dialogue. The AI system takes your prompts, understands the concepts and a context actually, and then generates a detailed responses. It's not just about retrieving information anymore. It's about aiding decision making and creating content, answering complex questions, and even assisting the tasks like coding and data analytics. Okay, as we continue through this, okay, we understand how prompt engineering is changing the various sectors and domains. Okay, let's move on in understanding. But before we move on, okay, we also need to understand, right? Okay, by this particular quote from Vladimir Lenin. Okay, where there are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where this decades happen. This profound statement encapsulates the breakneck speed at which the technology and the society can transform, and nowhere it's sentimental more evident than the realm of prompt engineering. In the past, technology is often characterized by slow incremental advancement. However, the evolution of prompt engineering is glaringly exceptional. Within remarkable short span of time, we have witnessed a momentous shifts in the way we interact with machines, extract information, facilitate the AI-driven solutions, right? And you have numerous, apps that are coming up. Everything is like AI app and all that. But okay, is ChatGPT going to be there or not in the future? Okay, who knows, right? So basically, of course, the world itself, dinosaurs thought that the world is only for them, and one meteor came up and the evolution happened, and of course we were born. And of course, who knows, basically eventually what will happen, it's the evolution which decides what would stay. But how it actually evolves, okay, should we evolve with them is a question that we need to ask today. Okay, and so when we reflect in this particular quote, right, we are reminded that the transformative speed and the scope of today's technology advancement, just as there's a pivotal moment in history and redefine the societies. Okay, there's a groundbreaking innovations like prompt engineering that reshape our technological landscape. Okay, prompt engineering is not just ChatGPT. Okay, just hold on. Like, we have a lot of things that we will do in the demonstration that we would understand out of it. Okay, let's take an example. See, this is the example prompt. Okay, I'm asking, I need a prototype of future-ready truck that uses electric lines, okay, compliance to safety and uses green fuel like solar on Indian roads and in HD quality, and a landscape image with Indian cities in the background. So, this is the prompt. Do you think ChatGPT will give you an answer? Guys,
Yeah.
are you guys there? I mean, I don't know whether you can unmute yourself and speak. I'm sorry. I'm assuming that, you can unmute, but you think, what do you think, it would come up? Will ChatGPT give you an answer for this?
Chandra, people are
Should we
saying
try?
no.
It will
No.
give.
It will.
Yes.
It will give, but it will give you in the text format. What if I tell you, okay, this is the same prompt, will give you an answer, something like this. Can you see? Can you relate to the words that I've typed? I've typed future ready. I've typed truck. I've typed electric lines. That's why you'll see electric lines everywhere in all these particular pictures, right? And I've also told that, green fuel, okay, like solar, right? Okay, let's take the one image, much more in detail. Can you see solar panels on this? Okay. Say, for example, if somebody wants it, let's say Government of India comes to you and ask you that I wanted to design a truck, which is future ready, which will use solar only and this things like that. Okay. Instead of starting from a blank canvas, okay, isn't it, this would actually give us a starting point to start with. I mean, I know, I'm sorry, mostly I'm getting into that mode of coaching, virtually, and where people can unmute and talk, but I'm just assuming that particular answer. I'm sure you all agree with me that, this is where we actually start, to begin with. So basically from scratch, we have already started with this, and then we can actually modify it. And of course, this is Mumbai. Of course, this Mumbai, of course, we can see a lot of skyscrapers behind. Okay. And solar panels are there, of course, electric, whatever, it's there. So this is, and what tool is this? This is actually Leonardo.ai. This is not ChatGPT, but Leonardo.ai. So what am I trying to say? Am I trying to say that, ChatGPT is not the only AI tool that we have? We have multiple other tools, which will use the same technique of prompt engineering. And that's where, today's topic. And when I said that, using prompt engineer, you can be a 5x of your version, which means that you will not start from scratch, but you'll already start from, okay, somewhere, where somebody has to be always, 3 or 4 steps ahead. Okay. So with that, okay, now give me, okay, I can ask, can you guess the prompt for this? A similar prompt, but I just said, auto rickshaw. And I said green future, Mumbai city background and all those particular things. And trust me, all these particular images are, you can download it and you can copyright it for yourself. So basically these are, you will not get the same, Google images if you try to search it, right? So these are unique. And the prompt engineering gives you an output which is only unique for you. Okay, the same question, if I ask, this will not be the same result that it would come up. Unlike Google, you use the same image, right? So that's the power of prompt engineering. Okay, now one of the most extraordinary phenomenon of the world's artificial intelligence technology over recent years is swift rise in the prompt engineering. Of course, there are so many jobs, and people will try to sell you that if you don't learn prompt engineering, if you don't adopt to the ChatGPT, if you don't do a ChatGPT, you might lose a job, or AIs would actually take out this particular job and all that. So those are all scary techniques. Okay, do not worry about it, because I'm going to give you all the answers to such scenarios. Also, why it is why do they sell it like that? It is just to make sure that you tag their AI tools to your this thing. That's it. But otherwise, both exist. But let's get into details of it. Okay, a little later. So it's not just the incremental step forward. It's a leap, that pushing the boundaries, what machines can comprehend and how they interact with us. But how does that mean for various sectors? In healthcare, prompt engineering aids in accurate diagnosis, okay, diagnostics, okay, enable healthcare professionals for data-driven decisions and with confidence. Finance is how is now possible to get a financial forecast and insights tailored to individual needs. Okay, all at a prompt of a question rather than just browsing through a Google. right? Entertainment, ever wondered like, how platforms like know what movies or songs that, you're in a mood for, like, behind this, there's an intuition, there's an AI tailored prompt for it, right? Okay, education, personalized learning paths, okay, adaptive. And like, for example, if you're planning to change your career, okay, moving on to something else, how ChatGPT actually will help you as a ChatGPT agent to become a better in that particular version. Students are experiencing more customized and responsive educations than ever before, right? And I think in my introduction, what was missed was I'm a BE in computer science engineering, and I recently, in fact, just yesterday, I completed my MTech in data science and machine learning. So the way how they all work, I know how the ChatGPT and all this particular models works in terms of the AI. Okay, maybe if the ChatGPT would have come a little much earlier, my CGPA would have actually increased from 7.86 to, which is currently 9.3, maybe in the first semester, but it came only in the last 2 semesters. Okay, that's where it has jumped. So basically you can see the increase in the number of the percentage of the students. E-commerce, of course, from chatbots to product recommendations. Okay, the shopping experience is also transformed, and we'll see so many virtual shops and things like that, which are, of course, there's nobody else, it's just the Reliance itself is actually doing an experimentation in all these technologies of getting good e-commerce experience for it. We don't have to really go to US companies to do it. Okay, in essence of this swift rising prompt engineering, it is not just technological marvel, it's a paradigm shift, okay, towards way how we interact with machines. It's not about just Googling about it. So let's dwell deeper into it, how this whole thing is structured. Okay, ChatGPT today 3.2, 3.5, and now 4, maybe tomorrow 5. Okay, so maybe tomorrow it might, day after tomorrow it might not exist. Okay, but prompt engineering would always be there, because most of the applications that are being developed today, okay, uses this particular prompt engineering. So it is very essential for you to know how to interact when you're interacting with the system, on a screen or any of this particular chat window. How do you interact with it? It's purely depends upon how you should know a chat window. But of course, with every technology, you have yin and yang of prompt engineering, right? So we essentially explore the balance of benefits, which is yin, and the challenges, which is, or limitations, which is yang. Much like this ancient Chinese concept of yin and yang, while seemingly opposite forces are, you can see that opposite forces are interlinked and interdependent. Prompt engineering too have a harmonious dichotomy. So when we say in the positive forces are that it's user-centric design, it's a scalable, it's dynamic, okay, and it's specific for a desired particular task. Okay, and whereas the yang part of it, it's over reliance on it. While prompts can be powerful, over reliance on them without human judgment can lead to skewed results, okay, or oversights, right? And ethical considerations. This is a topic which we will not touch upon, because it's still pressing concern where people are still trying to address it. Of course, there is a there's a way how to deal with it. Okay, I'll talk about it later. Okay, complexity, and maybe crafting a perfect prompt isn't it easy, straightforward. If you really wanted to explore something, let's say you wanted to be a product owner. Okay, if you really don't know the technology itself, if you really don't know the domain in which you wanted to become a product owner, okay, it will not give you the right results, or it will you should know that. So that's where it is not just about knowing how to write English, it's knowing about the domain also, if you really wanted to better out of it. So that's the part of it, when it comes to yin and yang of prompt engineering. I'm sure everybody would have seen this particular meme in WhatsApp or many statuses, where it says that humans are hooked and the machines are learning. Okay, as humans, of course, we are increasingly reliant on digital platform for entertainment, infotainment, okay, and socialization, and machines are using this particular interaction too, while machines are using this interaction to learn, adapt, and improve. But how does this whole thing happens? Okay, so to truly understand the cyclic nature of the prompt engineering, okay, I would like you to travel with me, for a moment in the bustling streets of Indian market. I would like to take up an example. Let's say bustling streets of Indian market, like a bazaar, like a Chandni Chowk, or like anything that's there in Mumbai. Okay, let's compare meticulously on crafting this perfect prompt engineering with the age-old practice of bargaining in an Indian market. So, for example, first is defining an object. Imagine you're entering a market with a clear intent, what to buy. Just that what to buy. Okay, just a beautiful sari or a handcraft or an artifact. Okay, in prompt engineering, we start with defining our exact objective. What do we want AI to achieve? Right, that's the first step. Second is the initial response. Say, for example, I'm talking about the cyclic nature of prompt engineering. So here, let's say the initial response, you have found what a perfect item that you need to buy. Now you've made an initial offer to the vendor. Okay, much like creating the first draft of prompt. Okay, it's stating point and grounded to your research and in your intuition with respect to prompt. Testing the AI response. So that's the third one, right? The vendor response, like, in our markets, this is where the vendor counters your offer, sets up the stage for a negotiation dance, right? Okay, in prompt engineering, we input our draft prompts and to see how AI responds. Okay, and then evaluate the next step is the evaluating the output, right? Your like say, and the vendors, you provide a counter offer to the vendor's offer, whatever it is. Okay, and then is it reasonable or not? Is it too high, too low? Just like evaluating the price. Okay, we critically assess the AI output. Does it match your expectations? Is it accurate or relevant? Okay, we give that particular feedback. And then the dance of negotiation, like, ensures that, you might counter offer and again about the nuances of your offer, sweetness of this particular deal, or pointing out the flaws of this particular product. There it is actually not good. So that's why I'm offering you this money. Okay, similarly, we refine our prompts, tweaking the words and rearranging the structure and ensuring that the AI gets the closer and desired output for what we are actually looking at. Okay, so this is the cyclic nature of prompt engineering. Okay, these are not the steps of prompt engineering, but this is the cyclic nature of prompt engineering. So this cycle repeats, until you get the desired output. This, and basically this, what so happens is with this experience, you go to a different vendor, you do the same thing. And over a period of time, obviously, whenever we go to Mumbai or Delhi or anything, we obviously call the local guys, right? Why do we call the local guys? We call the local guys because they would have had that particular learning, from this to negotiate with this particular vendors, they would have learned it, right? In an essence, okay, when we compare the similar nature to the prompt engineering, it's like, rhythmic, iterative, in case of, prompting. Okay, deep understanding of counterparts, AI as a vendor, and both aim at the most value. Okay, precise outcome. It's an ongoing cycle between every turn, right? So that's what is the cyclic nature of like prompt engineering. It's all about. Now let's draft a perfect prompt. As we delve deeper into the prompt engineering, it's imperative we understand the nuances, steps that lead to the perfect prompt, right? The picture the masterful sculptor, of course, it's there in the slide that, sculptor, right? Chiseling away the block of stone. Okay, each stroke refines a piece and adding depth, the dimensions and details. That's the journey how you will embark it now. So basic prompt, we will talk about an initial cut of the stone. Okay, at this stage, the prompt is simple, direct question or statement. Okay, and then you add a context, that is, breathing a life. Imagine our sculpture begins the shape of the contours and figures. The AI, in a way, the AI, which is intelligent, not intuitive, but adding the context, it gives us a direction. Instead of a basic query, we might say, consider the vastness of the universe and give us the overview of our solar system, highlighting the unique feature, or explain the rotation of revolution periods of a planet in a solar system. That could be our next. Whereas maybe the basic prompt could be say, what is the solar system, right? That's one. Then assigning the role. This is the third step, which is very important, right? As at this particular juncture, the sculpture, like, whoever you're writing a prompt, right, is a sculpture, is determining the pose and expression, the emotion of this particular sculpture. Like so you wanted a very harsh male, you wanted a very sweet male, you wanted a very convincing male, you wanted a very thankful, tone. Okay, this tone, it could be an historic recounting the discovery of the solar system, or you can say in this case, it could be a historian who's discovering the solar system, or a teacher explaining the solar system to curious students. By doing so, we channel that AI response to a certain narrative and a tone, right? So tone here matters, but how does the system understands, what sort of a tone? You wanted a tone in the form of a laughter way, you wanted in a simple English, you wanted in a complex English. All this is what you are actually going to be putting up. And also then the desired output. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this, like, when we talk about a desired output. Okay, for one simple example, let me take you to my one of the screens, right? Recently, of course, okay, in one of our our apartment, okay, we kind of celebrated a Ganesha festival. Okay, and the Ganesha festival, which was consisting of like at least 600 apartments, and I was part of the managing committee, where we need to come up with all the plans, steps that is needed, and all that. Okay, then when I took the help of ChatGPT and asked it, like say for example, I asked this is at the end, but let me go at the beginning. I asked, okay, list of 15 to-do activities, decoration and housekeeping, along with electricity, water, and safety. And these are the people that, in a CSV format. You see, basically my prompt started much earlier. I just told first of all, I asked a blank question asking, what is the Ganesha festival? I need to celebrate a Ganesha festival, okay, in our apartment. What all things that was needed? So it said idle selection, safety measures, cultural program, community engagement, food arrangements, waste management, social media, education. Okay, this was the start. Okay, and then I said, day 5, I asked them like, there are particular days that we know which started with like, 19th of September up to 23rd. Give me a detailed plan. Then it gave me a detailed plan. Okay, and I asked for a detailed plan in the like I told them that who are my committee members. Like say for example, Puja committee is myself, Anu, Jaya, like that. Prasad committee would be like this particular people, and I assigned that particular task. And then whenever I asked a question, like give me a detailed this one, who will be. So there it started actually assigning names. Like that, I added more tasks. Okay, and then train the model. Okay, like I took an example of like how a Ganesh Mandali, how a Ganesha Puja is done. Okay, what prayers that need to be included. I trained the model. Okay, and then I asked for a output in the CSV format. Say for example, I need as a Puja committee activist from 15 September to 18 September. Okay, give me the actual puja and what all need to be collected. So you see, this is all dates. Okay, dates and the status of this particular activity. And I've clearly told, okay, I need a serial number, of course. Okay, the activity, the name, responsible person, due date, status, and all that. And then I simply just copy and paste it in the CSV. It will become an Excel. And then like this, okay, I can use it. So this is like, ChatGPT is not just for only programmers or anybody, but you can do anything and everything. Okay, if you know how to prompt. Okay. Moving back to our presentation, right? So this is how you actually, an example of how you, draft a perfect prompt. Okay, moving on. Okay, so but there is a misconception, right? I need to also be clear because, when people are telling that, AIs are actually taking our jobs and things like that, but we need to understand that what is the difference it is. And today we need to address that particular topic because there are numerous debates and discussions, in various forums, is artificial intelligence going to take our jobs? No, it's actually the age old fear. Historically, when every technology leap that comes in, like say, for example, be it machines or be it like, when the train steam engines, that came up, there was a fear that, everybody would lose a job and things like that, right? But we adopted, it took a lot of time for us to adopt, but we do not have that same liberty as the old timers that, in order, if you do not adopt to this particular AI or a ChatGPT or like, the prompt engineering, we might be left alone. So basically so it is not the ChatGPT which will going to replace your jobs, but your job will be replaced by a person who knows ChatGPT or person who knows prompt engineering. That is where, you need to understand. So for example, AI, a tool, it is not a rival. Artificial intelligence is in a sense is a culmination of human ingenuity. Okay, and then it's a tool that is crafted much like the wheel of a printing press. It's designed to amplify the abilities, okay, not to unspur them. While AI can analyze a vast data set and perform repetitive tasks with unmatched speed and accuracy, it lacks the depth of human emotion, the nuances of cultural understanding, and the richness of experiential wisdom, right? And then it is AI always complements the strength. Like human possesses creativity, empathy, intuition. We are storytellers, dreamers, innovators. Okay, AI on the other hand excels in pattern recognition, data processing, execution, and defined tasks, right? Instead of viewing these as a contrasting capabilities, let's organize ourselves, okay, and then learn the prompt engineering, and let's recognize and complement each other's strength, where combined we can produce a much marvelous and a much better results than the future, right? So the future is all about collaboration, right? We stride forward into the future interwoven with AI. Okay, it's essential to remember that technology is an enabler, but not, and also a disruptor, of course. Okay, it can replace the laughter. It cannot replace the laughter, which when we share a joke, it cannot replace that particular laughter, or an empathy felt during the conversations, or spark a new idea. This is all related to the humans who can actually do it. And as long as that particular job is there, okay, unless it is not repetitive, we are good with it, right? So it is not a replacement, but it's a prompt engineering is always about, or AI is always about, like the part is always about a partnership with each other. So like how is the prompt workflow diagram? So basically how we can use, in order to overcome this particular fear of like, somebody is kind to replace without knowing this, right? It's very simple, right? Human thinks, that's where it starts. Human prompts the AI processor, AI processes. Once armed with a clear objective, human crafts specific prompts. Okay, these prompts acts as a guiding light for AI. Think of them as questions you might pose exceptionally knowledgeable colleague. Okay, as soon as the prompts are fed, the AI develops a deep into vast reservoir of its information because it is loaded with millions and millions of data sets, and then that's why it gives you a good response. But which humans cannot do it, right? We cannot be reading all the books, but AI can read all the books. Okay, and then once the prompt, whatever the results that comes up, human builds and refine. Okay, but our role doesn't end there, right? The initial AI responses are just a raw material. Humans take them, apply layers of thinking or a context, okay, and creativity, okay, and we mold and refine, ensure that refine, so that we ensure that we get the accurate but also relevant and engaging content. For example, if you ask me whatever the presentation that I'm making, I did not do it in an AI, because I can show you the version of what AI generated. I asked for a prompt engineering 25 slides. It gave me a lot of prompts. It gave me a slide. I'm sure I'll going to, if we have time, I'll show it to you. But those slides, are nowhere related to this. So that this is where, but the idea, but the content to to put this into this one, okay, was originally given it. I did not really start from the scratch. I started with something in hand, and then developed on it, right? So humans delivers the final outcome. This is how the overall workflow, prompt workflow works, when it comes to using it. Now, of course, with every as we navigate to the technological, right, the technology. So there are three distinct groups that emerge. Basically today, when we today, let me explain this particular technology. Say for example, when YouTube was introduced, right, there are first set of people who are called opposers, right? Every technology, okay, is met with a share of skepticism and resistance. So when YouTube was first introduced, many critics doubted that its viability. They worried about copyright infringement, quality control, potential of misuse. Opposers and essentials, and any opposers are essentially are those who will who challenge the innovators to address the valid concern, leading to a better and a safer platforms. That's what opposers do. Whereas in case of a builders, like the true visionaries, okay, these are the people who early adopters. Like, so for basically when people started using, like the content creators who are making millions, by and the educators who actually adopted the YouTube to share the educational content and things like that. So these are the creators or developers or innovators. These are the minds who saw the opportunity in the YouTube, right? These are the builders. Then there comes the last set of users who are but certainly not the least. This is the users. Their role cannot be understood. They are the heartbeat of the platform, like YouTube, because it's a number of subscribers and everything, based upon that, right? For casual viewers to a content creators, users turn YouTube into a simple video sharing platform to a diverse community of educators, entertainers, activists, and so much more. And of course, today also we are using our YouTube to spread this particular knowledge about a prompt engineering, right? So they are the validators of the builder's vision and proof of concept. Those are the three sets of people. In the similar way, when I recently we had a meet in the Goa. When I told my friends about ChatGPT, obviously when all guys meet, they were talking about, okay, can your ChatGPT write a story? Okay, can ChatGPT write a story which is like, very adult in nature? No, ChatGPT does not write it. Okay, trust me. Okay. And so there are people like, who are like, opposers. Oh, this will not take away my job. If we start, if people start believing that, no, it will not impact me, trust me, then you are in that particular opposers, or like, people who does not adopt to, but there will be a lot of, people who will start adopting, and, they will become better. So prompt engineering is here to stay. It is not that ChatGPT might go away, but prompt engineering would always go ahead and stay. So that's where every revolution in the technology undergoes scrutiny, refinement, okay, widespread adoption. Recognize the potential amidst opposition paves the way for the innovation, right? So that's what, in conclusion, I would say. So these are the forces of any technology that comes up. Now, the dual nature of this, ChatGPT versus the human. See, as we stand at the forefront of this particular technology advancement of AI, right? So it's imperative to recognize that the journey of technology is intrinsically linked to our own evolution as humans. Today's discussion brings a profound realization of dual evolution of humans and machines. The role of a prompt engineering is, right, the prompt engineer stands as a beacon of revolutionary journey. It bridges chasm between the human intuition and machine precisions. While machines are adept in processing the vast amount of data, unparalleled speeds, that's what I kept telling in the previous one also. Okay, so the evolutionary nature of this particular technology, as we all as a face that, the technology too is subject to evolution. So like today, that's why we have 3.5, ChatGPT 4. You'll see a lot of difference between that. Tomorrow it is said that, ChatGPT 5, when it comes, it is actually 100 times much faster and 100 times stronger than what we have currently. So in summarization, so humans and machines are not just one of the coexistence, but a co-evolution. So we need to evolve. So even machines also need to evolve. Today we are talking about intelligent machines, IoT, and all that particular things. As we guide and shape this technology and trajectory, okay, through initiatives like prompt engineering, technology in turn reshapes unlimited possibilities for you, right? So, like say for example, how Orkut or MySpace, was completely replaced by Facebook, and now Facebook is many users from the Facebook are moving to only Instagram, and then the WhatsApp statuses like that. So it's going to continuously evolve. So the tools of today might be stepping stones for tomorrow. While they change, the art of effective communication with AI, prompt engineering is here to stay. That's all I can emphasize on, why prompt engineering should be there. Let's understand, the difference between two different things. If you understand the difference between ideation and execution, okay, you will understand that, where to use a ChatGPT, where you have to use your human brain. Okay, let's understand. Okay, we often unique perspective. Let's compare the AI capabilities. So what AI does is it does a precision and consistency. AI operates with unparalleled levels of precision, whether it's analyzing a vast data sets, perform a repetitive task. AI ensures consistent, error-free outcomes every time. Processing power. In the realm of execution, AI capability processes, analyzes large quantities of data at a lightning speed. That is where when I ask ChatGPT to read a particular I'll show you that example. Read a particular the way how we write user stories. Okay, it read. Okay, and trust me. Okay, for example, it's a time for a demo when it says product owner. See, for example, what I did, I first fed information to ChatGPT, asking it. I told ChatGPT to actually read a particular content. See, for example, read a PDF. How to read a PDF? I asked, and then it told me how to read a PDF. Okay, I did all that particular things, and then I gave a PDF for it to read. So, and then the PDF title, Writing Good User Stories with Agile Requirement, appears to be in workshop. It listed down, it read it. So basically I gave it here. Okay, read it from this particular drive. This is a drive, which I have it there. I gave this particular PDF, it read it. Okay. And then I also said that, write a hypothetical epic and 5 user stories for satisfying a criteria of a good user. Okay, good user stories and epic. So it gave me a hypothetical epic, and then epic description, acceptance criteria, and user stories along with it. Then I applied the similar thing, and then I added some more. Let's say I took up this particular toyo.com website and I asked it to create epics referring to this particular each section of the page and user stories for this website. See, it gave me a output. Okay, so what am I trying to do? I'm trying to make it process the content which is there in the PDF, which would take a lot of time. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to automate these things. I don't have to read that particular PDF, but the AI can do the PDF, and it can use the information that is there in that particular PDF and give you a right output, right? And then I went it on creating user stories further. I asked it like, go section by section and then start writing the user stories much more in detail. Like, I asked a technical user story for authentication, right? So it gave me all the user story, how it looks like, and an acceptance criteria. And then it says, it asked me at the question, is there any specific details? Would you like to explore more technical stories? I said yes. And then it gave me further, like, retrieve user credentials from the existing database of an email and a password. Then it gave me all this particular details. You see, okay, isn't it a useful tool for a product owner?
Yeah,
And,
Chandra,
once he learns-
it is great. Chandra, it is great. I am really amazed to see the power of this tool, the way you have shown the stories. Just one thing, right, I would say, definitely, but we are running short of time also. Right, so you need to be quick enough.
Sure. Okay. So, okay, now creating presentations. This is very, very important, right? Okay. And we know this is just a demo. Say, for example, there is a slide.ai.io. So people know prompt engineering is all about just giving a prompt and it gives you an output. Okay. But look at this one. Let me show you this, right? So it says, see, the prompt is this, right? The prompt is generate a slide on how edutech companies are making money through online courses. Use Byju's.com or Unacademy, okay, as examples, and key in all the relevant numbers from the market slides, and need slides for market pitch for a company so that I can invest in this edutech companies. And if you see, I've made so many mistakes, right? In terms of, I've highlighted those particular spelling mistakes to demonstrate that ChatGPT can actually correct it itself. So it need not have to type the correct spelling. It understands your intentions, and it gave me an output. Okay, this is the output that you're seeing, but you can go to slide.ai, which is like slide.new, and then you can download this, enable this particular this one, and it gives you this kind of an output. But the same thing, okay, there is one more tool. This is not ChatGPT. Okay, this is we're using a Tom, right? There is a tool called Tom. Okay, as a company, I need to invest 10 crore in Indian market. I need to detailed, missed here. Okay, detailed comparison of Byju's and Unacademy of any other edutech company, data compared and suggest the best investment opportunity. Use facts and figures data from the public domains. So when I gave it, this also gave me a almost 6 slider, and then it finally recommended that Unacademy, why it is. Okay, I'm not getting into the details of it, but this is an output. Can you believe AI can actually prepare presentations within seconds? Okay, the third one, that's where most people use it, which is like gamma.ai. Okay, the same prompt I gave it to here, and look at how it used the same Byju's and Unacademy, and finally it gave me a concluding step. And all the images that uses it here, it's of course it's private for you. You can use it; they're not copywritten. Okay, and this gave me a complete output. So 3 tools that I showed you, right? So can you tell me now, can you be 5 times faster than of your version, by using this particular tools, okay, to generate, interesting and, content. And then of course, like I told you, I started with this particular PPT, but later on edited, added more content, and then, came up with this particular presentation that you're actually seeing. Okay. So basically crafting a ChatGPT for a career transition. This is what I told you, right? So for a career transition, say for example, you wanted to become a product owner. Like I was trying to do that. I was trying to become a product owner. So I asked it, so what ChatGPT can do is it can actually help you. Okay, it can help you as an agent. Okay, only thing that you need to do is, okay, I'll go into show you one more example of I wanted to DevOps training. See, for example, okay, whatever I've trained, I'll do it. But for example, look at this prompt. I said DevOps. See, what does it tells me? Okay, it has to give me a definition, right? By default, when it says fantastic. Let's keep the momentum up. How is your journey since the discussions? Have you started a chance to implement basic CI/CD pipeline, work on the JIT and explore the Docker? I said yes. The moment I say yes, and then it tells me, great to hear that you have made progress. And then it tells me the feedback. Strengths of CI/CD, areas of improvement. Okay, next steps, what we need to do. And then it gives me a free resource, right, to learn this particular course. Okay, this is there in that somewhere. So this is my agent. How did I train this particular agent? Okay, I told act as a highly experienced DevOps architect or an engineer, okay, who specializes in creating DevOps engineers in enterprise continuous integration, continuous deployment. Okay, agent based out of India. So I told it gave me all this particular answer. And then I said, Okay, you need to act as my coach, guide me throughout my college days. Okay, every day, once I come and type DevOps, that's why the moment I said DevOps, you need to ask me questions, what I'm working on or learning on. Once I answer, you need to ask me any relevant questions that give you more clarity. Keep asking me till you get enough context. So I'm giving a chance for a ChatGPT to ask me more questions so that it understands the context better and it gives me a right answers. And this is my third day on it. Okay, then it told me this. Okay, once you answer all these questions, you need to give me 3 things. One is feedback, next step, and one free resource that I can refer for learning. Okay, isn't it a great thing? Like, in the similar way, when we say that, you can use a ChatGPT 4, this is 4. In fact, you can use in 3 also. Okay, it can become your agent for your career transition. Now, of course, I've been telling that, ChatGPT would help, students to do amazing. Like my own score has increased from, 7.6 CGPA to 9.3. Okay, in the matter of 6 months. Like, how did it help? How did it happen? So this is what prompt engineering is all about. So in a nutshell, prompt engineering is all about assigning a role, setting the context, okay, and then setting the constraints. See, basically, this is the machine. Patience assumes that, for example, you wanted particular solutions. It assumes that, you have unlimited number of employees, you have unlimited number of resources, and, unlimited amount of time. That is where, one important thing that you need to set it. I have only 30 minutes in a day, say, for example, to spend and learn on myself. Then it has to give me, and you have to tell that, okay, I need an answers in a very precise and a concise manner so that I can finish that. Okay, those are the things that, that's very important, and set expectations and then the outputs. So these are the main checklist for a prompt engineering. And of course, see, this is a 4 version. Let me open up a new chat. When I open up a new chat, see, ChatGPT gives me an option of default, browse, okay, with, and then advanced, and then plugins. So when I click on plugins, okay, it tells me what all plugins that I know I have, right? I have Doc Maker, Smart Slider, browser app, AI, AI PDF, access to PDF, and all that particular things. And I've done certain work on it. Okay, I'd like to show it. Say, for example, I gave an image. Okay, let's say I gave this particular processing, some payment processing, or some authentication process. I told, get me a Java code for this different module, act as a software as architect, and assume everything. See, it told me user, mobile device, and server, and this gives me a Java code. I did not run it in any of the environments to check the correctness of it, but it gave me. And the similar way, when I gave another image, okay, it can translate this entire image into a code. You see, I asked it to read this particular image and said, help me implement the code in Python for all the models. Okay, establish a relationship between the modules. See, it gave me all the definitions that is needed in the beginning, and then it gave me a kind of a sample image. And then I asked it further. It asked me, do you want to continue on it? I said no. I just for this demonstration sake I used. So I can just attach this particular image. It can do. And another important thing which I did, right? So basically, with respect to data analytics. So in case of data analytics, I provided an Excel. Okay, I provided an Excel. Okay, for of a Titanic survivor data set. Okay, and I asked it to process the data and summarize the insights. See, it gave me, and it gave me, in fact, the code that how it does inside. Okay, and it also gave me an output also. Okay, how many tickets and all those particular things, and finally it handled and it gave me a output. Tell me, is it not revolutionary? Or just to understand, okay, I have to redo that, but it gave me in terms of the graphs and everything, it gave me the output, okay, which I can just say that people in the first class had a survival rate of 52. It gave me in the form of a graph and things like that. Of course, now I cannot do that because I need to rerun this particular entire code. It reads the Excel, it computes the data on its own, it gives you an analytics, cleans the data on its own. And this is the power of, let's say, the prompt engineering or the ChatGPT 4. These are the features of the pro version of a ChatGPT. Okay. that we can actually expect. I think I started, yeah. Alternatives for ChatGPT, of course, we have Google Bard, Perplexity, okay, and Talk to Pi, your personal AI, or Llama, which is from a Facebook, right? Or even Apple is also planning to come up with Apple ChatGPT, but we don't know. No, Apple has not confirmed it. But these are the websites, that is that you can do. That's where Apple does not have it. But you have all this particular website, which is an alternative for ChatGPT. Okay, and everybody is actually, all these particular companies are going towards. Okay, and then where do I find tools? Say for example, I showed you three tools, right? One is Gamma, other one is like Tome, and slides.ai. But where can I find all the rest of the slides? I can go to futurepedia.io, okay, or AI Valley, or Super Tools, the rundown.ai. This is where it will give you all the SS, like the prompts, SAS prompts. Okay, it will give me all the tools that are coming up in the market. Okay, and you can actually refer to it. Okay, and then which are the tools that are newly used? Will it be useful for you? Okay, all that thing, it will give. So this is the encyclopedia of AI tools, and these are the website that has a list of the most recent AI tools that are getting delivered. Now, of course, most of the tools are good, are easy to try, and you can do it. But of course, if you wanted advanced features and everything, it will be commercialized, right? So, but at an initial stage, if you wanted to really know whether it will be useful or not, you can definitely use this particular tools. Okay, so and by saying that, of course, applications are various. Okay, I do not have to tell that AI being used in every company that we talk about. Okay, let me conclude. Okay, by stating that, of course, the AI and humans are partnership. In a new era of innovations, efficiency, and shared growth together, we are better. Okay, it is not others are enemies of other ones, right? So that's where I would conclude by telling that ChatGPT is going to here to stay, and you can really do a lot of cool stuff. Okay, not only cool stuff, you can really use it for your the productivity. You can become 5x version of it. You can like how I told you that you need not have to start from the scratch. You can always start one step ahead, so that way you're always staying ahead. Okay, so people who do not learn ChatGPT or prompt engineering are the ones who would be left out. So that's where AI is not going to replace, but the person who knows AI is the person who's going to be replacing this particular one. And of course, I don't have to say much. Of course, in Agile world also, I use a ChatGPT a lot. Okay, in fact, SAFE's SPC 6.0, whatever the knowledge base is there, I trained a ChatGPT model, and I can ask a question, and it will give me a right context. And also it can tell me a context in terms of the use, the story level. Okay, which will like, wow, that it uses even SPC 6.0. Okay, that is all. Okay, and of course, we as a company, I work for Altimetric. I'm an enterprise agile coach. Okay, we are pure play digital business company because we are expert in retail, consumer, and supply chain, and we are 5,500 plus people. Of course, it's the best company so far to work with, because we have won at least a lot of a great place to work organizations so far. So we are in the top 10 or top 25 in most of the areas. Okay, that's Altimetric for you. That's my parent company, and where I work on as an agile coach. Okay, and I think with that note, I would say thank you. And if you have any questions, I can take questions.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar, for the wonderful session. Thank you so much. Now we are open for the quick questions. We will start the next topic at 6:25. And now we can have the questions. So guys, you can ask your questions on the chat, and Chandra can directly respond.
But before you ask a question, so anybody would like to have any comment on?
So one question they have asked: how did you attach Excel to ChatGPT? If you would like to answer on that.
Yes, see, ChatGPT, you can actually attach it, because that's an option in a pro version, right? In a pro version, if you just open up a new chat, okay, I can say in ChatGPT 4, okay, and then here I have to choose advanced data analytics, right? If I choose an advanced data analytics, it will give me a prompt like plus. I can click and attach an Excel. And the same thing, if I don't want a pro analytics, I can browse with images or things like that, or just a default, you see by default, I can attach images.
Okay, I hope that I have answer, right? Going to the next one, where to refer to the APIs here, where we can refer to the APIs of the ChatGPT.
you can refer to the APIs, but that's, what you need to do is you need to go to the, lots of course, plugins are available, but how can we really integrate with it? At this point of time, I'm not sure about it, but I can find out. But of course, you all have my LinkedIn profile to connect with later on. Okay, you can always reach out. I'll definitely help that.
Okay. So few folks are asking on the pricing licensing of Chat GPT Pro. If you can
ChatGPT
provide
4
some-
is of course $23, monthly. ChatGPT 4, $23. So it can give you, like, if I go to the plugins, right, it gives me a lot of more plugin store. So there are a lot of a plugin for, like, super fast interactive chat with PDFs of any size and a complete page. This is a plugin that does, so that way you can you get all these particular features in a paid one, which is like $23.6 per month.
Thanks. Next question is from Priyanka. She is asking on any resources how to learn Chat GPT, prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering, there are lots of resources. Okay, there is a website called SAS Prompt, right? I was trying to just show here, sasprompts.com. Okay, or the links that, it's there in the PPT. I think if you can share this particular PPT, there are lots of links, which will tell us, like, from where you can get all this particular prompts ready-made already. And in the LinkedIn, of course, there are lots of enthusiasts who are actually trying to paste this particular prompts for free. So you can do that, but you can create your own prompts, because every prompt is what you are specific to your problem. It is not generic in nature, right? Generic in nature is Googling, right? But any prompt is that, you can create, but you need to understand that 4 things when it comes to the prompt engineering. It is what you want the ChatGPT to do, what is the context, how you want the output, and give it some sort of an examples. It will give you an answer. So that will become your prompt. And then you keep on refining it. Any prompt. And one more important thing in case of a ChatGPT is that, okay, the chats that you get, or that is stored, okay, in case of your day-to-day basis, okay, they get stored here. Okay, each of this particular chat do not interact with each other. So for example, if you're working only on DevOps, I have to go into the DevOps, and the moment you saw my prompt, the moment it said DevOps, it'll give me more content based on how it is trained. It is a continuous process. It keeps on. So all these particular things are your agents. These are called agents, and these agents always, they get better over a period of time when you keep on prompting. The AI actually understands the way how you wanted an answer. Say, I wanted an answer in the form of every story. Okay, anything that I need to explain in the form of a story. So it gave me all the answers. So that's where you can get used to. This is important feature of ChatGPT, and this is available even for a free 3.5 also, free version of ChatGPT.
Okay, thanks for this, Chandra. Now we have another question. Is there any AI tool that preserves information that can let you take notes, upload images, audios, documents, work with that information as ChatGPT? Is there any other tool?
Yes. There was a tool. I recently uninstalled it because I linked it with my Google Meet. Okay, it so happened that, in one of the association meeting, they sent a Google Meet invite for my this one, and it recorded the all the conversation, and it sent out the script for all the people. It was like, I did not attend that particular meeting, but the moment an invite is actually sent, I accept it. That tool invokes automatically, and it records whatever that happens, whatever that has been discussed. It was an online meet. It records the entire transcript, and it will give you an answer. Say, for example, you can copy paste that particular like entire transcript into ChatGPT and ask it, okay, make a high level meeting, minutes of meeting. It will give you that. So
Thanks.
It's mix and match of these tools. You can do it. Of course, there are lots of tools, and I told you there is a repository of all these particular tools. In the slide, you can actually visit them. Like encyclopedia, that is Futurepedia. Like remember these symbols: Futurepedia, AI Valley. Okay, there are lots of tools you can go to. Okay, and you'll get all the answers. Or I mean the tools that are introduced just now, or things like that.
Thanks,
Like
Chandra, for your answers. These were useful for the audience, I believe. Thank you so much. Now, I would request, like, if you can share your link on the chat, so on the the LinkedIn profile on the chat so that audience can connect with you. They can have their any further questions, they can ask you there. Guys, you can, I believe like you have liked this session, right? You can directly give some feedback to Chandra Reddy on his LinkedIn. You can do that. Now it's time to facilitate our speaker, right? So I'm just sharing my screen. Okay. You can also give the feedback. There is, it's on the screen now. Are you able to see? So this is a certificate of appreciation from SSH Guru. Satish and Sharad, you want to say something?
Thank
Chandra,
you for providing me an opportunity to speak first. Okay, but I hope I kept that particular momentum and connect for the future sessions as well.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Chandra. The survey just we rolled out, it itself says like, the kind of session we have just now. Lots of insights, with live examples that I have been, that's what I have been communicating in the groups also. Thanks so much for the great session.
Thank you. I'll post this in the chat. Okay, people can connect me on the LinkedIn for further more details. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, as Sharad mentioned, we are going to show our NGO slides. So guys, this event, this summit is free, right? So we are running the NGO slides. So I will just talk quickly on that. Okay, so this is the old age home, right? You can see the scanner here on the, just give me a second. Are you able to see?
Gaurav, we are not yet. We are still seeing.
We can't see the NGO slides. Yeah.
It's not coming up?
No, not yet.
Okay, are you able to see now?
Not yet. Yes. No,
Yes. No.
Okay, let me rerun it. Right. Just give me a second. I'm sharing my entire screen. Just give me a second, guys. I am running. Are you able to see now? So this is an old age home, right? Okay, in NCR region, you can donate any amount. If you see like right now, Shraddh are also going on. So it will be really good, like if you can donate anything on this. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, we are able to see.
Move forward.
Yes.
It's not going, maybe some issue, right? Can you see the screen now? Guys,
Yeah.
there is a scanner on the right hand side. It's going really fast, right? Okay, I will just put the more details there. Then we have a next NGO here. Are you able to see now? Then we have Animal Care Trust. Don't worry, we will share the details on the chat so that you can easily scan. Okay, I'm stopping the share now. Okay, now we can move to the next session, right?
Thank you, Gaurav, for handling it over. So we will have another speaker with us. Let me just share my screen to you guys. The next topic which we have is for the key anti-patterns in the product management and how you can eliminate them in the product management is concerned. So we have with us Harbir Singh, who is an enterprise agile coach and passionate about product and change management researcher. So he's a speaker and organizational change agent and safe. He has a lot of things in his cap. where he presented a lot of research papers to the IIM side and some of the international conferences, which you can see on the screen. So I would like to welcome Harbir to present his topic towards the in the summit, the product and tech summit. Welcome, Harbir.
Thank you so much, Shiva. I'm just sharing my screen. Give me a moment. I hope my screen is visible. I am also visible and my voice is clear.
Clear.
Perfect.
Yes.
So thank you so much. Before I begin, I would really want to thank the SS Group, Satish and Sharad both, for providing me this extremely valuable opportunity to speak and with all the prestigious speakers. I think it's a very, very great and wonderful initiative. So I would want to thank everybody, including the facilitators, including the help desk and support staff and everybody. So thank you very, very much for this great opportunity. Moving ahead, I would want to talk about the topic of the product. This is the Product and Tech Summit, and I would be talking about the key anti-patterns in product management and how to eliminate them. So let's start this journey. I have very few slides. This slide has already been talked in the introduction, so I would certainly want to skip this slide. Right. So before we begin with our core topic, I would want to set the context and I would want to make everyone understand why this topic is important to go through and why do we want to care about the anti-patterns. So there are a lot of organizations in the world, be it a physical product-based organizations or software-based organizations, service organizations, and so on and so forth. Not every organization stays in the world, not every organization stays in the business for a long duration of time. There are some tough times for the organizations, there are some easy times for the organizations, the environments to change, the business environments change, the internal circumstances change, and there is a lot of dynamics that keeps on happening in the business world. Now, as a result of that shuffling in the business world, a lot of organizations lose that shine which they used to carry for a long time. So as a result of that, they either go away out of the business, or they go for very less profit, less revenue. The customers complain, there are challenges and so on. So bottom line is that they are not able to cope up with the changing circumstances of the business world. It is not only the business world per se, but it is also the manners in which they try to visualize the product that they are developing. This could be a physical product, this could be a software product, a B2B product, or a B2C product, B2C product, and so on and so forth. In general, there could essentially be two different possibilities of why the organizations might not be performing up to the mark. The first one could be that there are some challenges that are executed on the front side of the organization. When I say front side, I mean the external environment, the business environment, business, political, social, technological environment, and so on. For example, there is a war that is going on, there is an economic downturn that is going on, and there is a pandemic that is going on, right? So these things are out of the control of an individual organization. So these are the external factors because of which there is an impact on the overall product execution and rollout and launch and all that. The second dimension could be the internal challenges that the organization faces on a regular basis. Now, when I say internal challenges, they include the way they perceive the product, the way they execute, design, develop, test, and release the product, the way they understand the market, the way they interpret the signals which are there in the market, the way they evaluate the markets, the way they evaluate their competitors, the way they foresee their work going down the line and so on, the way they interact with the development team members and all that. So all these factors are the internal factors. So we don't have that data which specifically says that which factors contribute to how much percentage of an organization's success or a failure. But yes, few of the researchers have given us a hint that almost 70% of the organizations fade away as a result of not behaving appropriately on the ground. So from this point onwards, the concept of the anti-patterns arises. Why anti-patterns are really important to understand, evaluate, and take care of, so that the product management team members and the leadership, the middle management, and other respective leaders understand their own behaviors, their own emotions, their own decision-making skills, and they act in the best possible manner. So that is how we link the concept of the anti-patterns with the overall performance, overall success of the organization. So now, since I have connected the challenges that the organizations face with the anti-patterns, I would want to quote a couple of organizations which have failed to survive in the past, whatever be the reasons, but they were not able to cope up with the changing circumstances, be it an external or be it internal. First example I will talk about is the Blockbuster. Blockbuster was a very famous organization from US, and they were in business of selling and renting the CDs for entertainment business. When the Netflix came in the world, the Netflix completely destroyed the Blockbuster organization, and they filed for bankruptcy in next couple of years. Now, how Netflix has taken the market, I think all of us know about Netflix and the way they were. They were very fast to change internally as well as externally. They were very fast to pick up the bottlenecks in the system. They were very fast and alert in understanding what is the market dynamics that is going on, how we want to align internally. Because they can't change the external environment, they can change the external environment by changing internally. So there they have done a great job. Another example could be the BlackBerry. The BlackBerry mobile was very popular once upon a time, and they failed to understand the importance of the touch screen system. They were not able to understand the integration of the touch screen system, whereas the other mobile organizations have done a great job in bringing the mobiles to the market, which were touch phones. So there were no physical buttons that were involved at that time. So people really liked and appreciated how those touch screen mobiles, how easy it is for them to understand, to work in a touch screen based mobiles and smartphones rather than just clicking on very small buttons in the BlackBerry system. So BlackBerry failed to evaluate the changing market, and as a result of that, it failed. Overall, it went down in the market. There are other examples as well. For example, Yahoo is there. Yahoo was taken up by some other organizations. They failed to understand the search approach and so on and so forth. Right? Enron is one other organization which fall flat. Kodak and Konica were very famous for the pictures. We used to have that physical cameras long back in 1990s and early 2000s, I think 1990s only, where we used to click the photo and then we used to take out the reels and then give the reel to a photographer for processing, and they give us the physical pictures. Now that all has gone away for a long time. So Kodak is no more existing here. So these are the few organizations which failed to change. And as a result of that, they went out of the business. So the anti-patterns, how the anti-patterns relate to whatever I have said so far. What do we mean by anti-patterns? how to spot the anti-patterns, how to try to eliminate the anti-patterns. We will talk about these. This is the foundation that I want to lie on. Now we will move ahead with this discussion. So anti-patterns are nothing but the behavioral side of the individual. These are the behaviors or practices that individual shows. When they are in the process of interacting with the other fellow employees, when they are in the process of co-shaping the product, right? These are essentially the behavioral traits. These patterns result, the anti-patterns are the negative behaviors that the individual shows. As a result of that, there is some challenge in the overall product development ecosystem, right? So these patterns essentially result from a poor communication, from misalignment of the goals, from unhealthy team dynamics, from different egos of the people here and there, right? And a lot of these real causes are not shown at the face value. You are not able to spot what is going on inside the brain of the other individual, but you can spot from how he is behaving, right? So if an individual, be it a leader of the organization, be it a reporting manager, be it a colleague, be it a junior, and so on and so forth, if they show the anti-pattern, it impacts not only the overall culture of the organization, it also impacts the career of that individual. And as a result of that, there is a negative impact on the overall product development cycle. So that is the reason we want to understand about the anti-patterns. We want to understand how to spot the anti-patterns. And then we want to identify a few of the possibilities of how to eliminate the anti-patterns. Moving ahead, since we are talking on the backdrop of the product management, it is essential for us to review some of the core product management activities, right? So a product management specific anti-patterns are those anti-patterns which are being displayed by people who are associated with the product management, the product development, overall product development. And as a result of that, there's an impact on either one of the more than one dimension of the overall product development, and so on and so forth. So although the product management itself is a huge area, and we will not be able to touch upon every area, but these are few of the touch points that I have highlighted here. It starts from essentially from the idea generation and conceptualization, where people brainstorm and identify the gaps and challenges, and then they go ahead deep inside and they go for the market research and validation of that idea. You create an MVP, get it validated, get it reviewed by your core customers, right? You segment the market, you understand your competition, you do the strategic analysis, you do the market analysis and so on. Then you prepare the business case and define the product strategy. Essentially, business case means that you are creating a case for this specific product to be developed, and you are backing your idea with a very solid foundation, the scientific foundation, the empirical foundation. You have that proof that you have collected from the world, which says that if you develop this product, it's a good idea, it will survive in the harsh market. You go ahead with the roadmap and prioritization. Once you have that idea in place, everything, the strategy is in place, you go for the roadmap development and the prioritization. What are the things that you will, that this organization will meet? How the tire will meet the, how the rubber will meet the road going down the line. That is what we are talking about through the roadmap and prioritization. We go ahead with the designing and prototype. We talk about the core development and testing activities. Once these things are done, we talk about the launch and go-to-market, where we involve the sales and the marketing side of the equation. We launch the product, we go for measurement, we go for matrices evaluation. We monitor and go ahead with an iterative approach of the product development. We want to scale the product at point in time. We want to check different matrices, what matrices are there, the customer side matrices, the behavioral matrices, the product side matrices, the technical matrices, the strategic matrices, the DevOps matrices, and so on and so forth, right? Not all matrices are part of the product at all the times. It depends, it's contextual in nature, where you, in the product strategy, you define what matrices you will be tracking and what are the logical scientific reasons behind tracking those matrices. Right? We talk about sunsetting or pivoting. Sunsetting or pivoting is really, really important because we want to understand how the product is performing at one point in time, where it is in the product execution, product life cycle, right? Whether it is in the launch, in the initiation state, in the growth state, in the maturity state, in the decline state, and so on and so forth. Right? And based upon the state of that product, we want to take an action, whether we want to go ahead and identify some additional challenges of the customers, or we want to sunset this product and we want to identify a new product for the market. We want to switch the market, we want to switch the geography, so on and so forth. We talk about the customer support and maintenance. We talk about the data analysis and the feedback loops. So these are some of the core dimensions. I would not say that this covers the entire product domain. The product domain is almost kind of infinite in nature, but these are few of the dimensions which are critical in the overall product management system, right? So whenever we talk about the anti-patterns, the behavioral anti-patterns, we need to correlate those behavioral anti-patterns with one or of these dimensions, so that we understand where the negative behavior has happened and where it will impact. Will it impact the idea state? Will it impact the market research state and the roadmap state as well, or more than one states? It gives us that opportunity to become more self-aware, right? And it gives you the scientific validation. Tomorrow you might want to be a consultant and you might want to show them that this is what we are witnessing. And as a result of these behaviors, these are the areas that are getting impacted. And as a result of these areas getting impacted, this is the revenue loss that is happening, or this is the market cap loss that is happening. And things goes in the same way, we might be challenged to exist in next 6 months, next 8 months, next 1 year, and so on and so forth. So you connect the dots, you prepare the story, and you give them the scientific data so that they understand where is the problem and how to support each other to resolve that problem. So why we are talking about the product management dimension, so that we can link with these dimensions with the anti-patterns, and then gradually prepare a case that, this is the problem that we are facing, and this is the possible solution. And this is where we need your help as a leader, as a manager, as a colleague, so on and so forth. But this doesn't cover everything. These are some of the dimensions of the product management. Now with this, let's move on and talk about the key anti-patterns, the very specific anti-patterns in product management. The anti-patterns can be shown by any individual. They can be, sometimes they can be intentional, but most of the times they are unintentional, right? Nobody wants to destroy the overall culture of the organization. Nobody wants to intentionally destroy the overall product of the organization. Almost 90%, 95% of the times it happens unintentionally. And there are some reasons behind that. We will talk about those reasons, the causes and the effects, right? We will try to establish the cause and effect relationship, and we will try to see how eliminating the cause can eliminate the effect. You don't want to eliminate the effect, you want to eliminate the cause. Because cause is causing the effect, as simple as that, right? So we want to talk about some of the key anti-patterns. Now there could be n number of anti-patterns shown by individual at one point in time, but we can't cover every anti-pattern. We just want to cover some top level anti-patterns And then we might want to cover the reasons of those anti-patterns and how to eliminate those specific anti-patterns. Having said that, that does not mean that these are the only anti-patterns. There could be several anti-patterns at any point in time, but at least we are more aware now. We are more alert now. Our brain is more alert. Our brain is more able to pick up and identify what is going on, right? And we are there to help each other in the organization. That is what the purpose of this discussion is. So with this, let's talk about a few of the examples of the key anti-patterns in the product management side. There could be anti-patterns on the agile development side. There could be anti-patterns in the project management side. There could be anti-patterns in a specific area, for example, how we evaluate AI products, the ML products, right? So anti-patterns are infinite. It's just that we have to be more aware and alert to identify those anti-patterns and stop them then and there, so that they don't interfere in our own behaviors. They don't interfere in the way we behave, and ultimately we work together to bring the success to the organization. So one example could be a feature creep. It's a very famous thing, right? Where product management team wants to add more and more features and functionalities to the product without the real scientific backing. Why do we want to keep on adding the features, right? Is it just because the management has given us that direction? Or is it because the parallel products which are there in the market, the competition is doing that, and that is the reason we are doing it, right? These are few of the reasons because of which we keep on adding the features, but we need to ask the question to ourselves whether it is the right reason to keep on adding more and more features to make it more shiny and more interesting. Is it the right reason? Right? And as a result of adding more and more features, the product becomes more complicated. You lose the touch and shine of the product. You lose the fundamentals of the product. You lose from the point where you have started. So just because you want to do some work, that does not mean that you have to keep on adding the features. Of course, the features are the fundamental dimensions of product development. Features must be added, otherwise how you will create the product. But here we are talking about feature creep, which means you keep on adding the features without any scientific explanation, or you are not connecting the dots. We'll talk about building without validation. Now, product management goes without saying that customer is the boss. Customer or user, whosoever you want to call. In the B2B world, you call customer and user both. In the B2C world, you call essentially the user, right? So customer and user must be at the center of the gravity. But we need to ask this question to ourselves. We might be working in a top product-based company, which is a great thing. But sometimes we lose the touch here and there. Sometimes we go deep inside a technical discussion or a problem that we are facing at that point in time, and we identify the workarounds and so on and so forth, but we miss to identify the customer at the center of the equation. We have to take the user feedback. We have to get this problem validated or this solution validated back to the customer. It starts from the customer, it terminates with the customer, right? We are existing because the customers are existing. Our existence depends upon the successful existence of the customers. It is not the vice versa. It is a one-way relationship. So we don't want to build anything without the real validation, right? And validation has to be very scientific, proper, sequential. It has to be 360 degrees. It is not that you just talk to a one sample or two sample customers for 15 minutes or half an hour Zoom call and you are done with that. No, it does not happen that way. Whatever industry you are working, irrespective of that, you have to take some, logical research methods to validate your product at one point in time. Moving ahead, no clear product strategy, because we are deep We are now into the core product development. So we might want here and there we are losing our touch with the product strategy. We always need to remember why the product strategy came into existence, because we wanted to understand the how part of the world. What part of the why part of the world comes from the product vision, right? Why do we want to develop this product? The answer of why comes from the product vision side. The answer of how comes from the product strategy. So either your product strategy is old enough, you are not updating the product strategy, or you are moving ahead in a different direction, and your product strategy is not guiding you at this point in time. So whatever you are doing, you have to back up with the scientific data and the reasoning, and always align the product strategy. Any point or any action that the product manager performs, or the product team performs, or the product leaders performs, have to be connected very, very strongly. Connected with what? Connected with the overall organization mission, organization vision, product mission and vision and objectives. And then you gradually move at the ground level, right? Over-reliance on A/B testing. Now, I've written A/B testing, but I does not only mean the A/B testing per se, but any phenomena, any validation method, any prioritization method you want to apply. You don't want to become a fan of a particular concept that, yes, Moscow technique is the best technique. I always use the Moscow technique, or any other RICE technique for prioritization, A/B testing and all. These are extremely great concepts, but we don't have to become fan of any individual technique. These techniques are there for you to take the help, but ultimately there is a data at the background which has to be very complete. There has to be a story that needs to come out, a flawless story of how you are developing a piece of code, or how you are developing overall feature, or how you want to develop a particular product, and how it is satisfying the needs of the customer. What problems you are solving, that is the question that needs to be asked every point in time. And then these are the sideways, these are the support systems that are given to us. There could be n number of prioritization techniques, there could be n number of validation tests, verification tests, there could be n number of research techniques, the quantitative research techniques, the qualitative research techniques, so on and so forth. All this is outstanding. All this is good and great. But where are you heading? That is the question. For what you have started, whether you are achieving this goal, is this goal still relevant? Are you on track? Are you really solving the problem of the customer with which you started few months back or few years back? These are the questions that your product manager and you need to ask yourself every point in time. Chasing the shiny objects. We are very much, these days we are conscious with how the world is going on, with the incoming of the AI and ML, with the incoming of the new technology trends, new business trends, right? A lot of industries are shifting these days. And this is a valid reason to change the product. But again, to what level you want to run behind those things. In that hustle and bustle, please don't forget your customer. Because we are existing because our customers are existing. It's a harsh reality. I tell this to my teams that please write it in a Word document that we are existing because our customers are existing, and take a printout of this one pager and then put it in your desk. If you're coming to office, just put it in your desk so that you will always read this one line every day of your work, and then you align your behavior, you align the way you work on day-by-day basis. Because in the daily, hustle and bustle and daily problems and issues and all those things, we tend to forget the bigger picture. Right? So we don't want to chase the shiny objects. Of course, these are important. We are not asking them to get neglected, but these are very important. feature-based roadmaps, right? We have the roadmaps. Sometimes the roadmaps becomes the anti-pattern. Sometimes we focus too much on the roadmaps, right? All these elements are extremely important, but we have to see and validate at what point in time we want to pivot on it, right? So feature-based roadmaps are also good, but we need to understand how this is impacting the overall product, how it is impacting the problem that the customer is facing, which problem we are trying to solve. We talk about the silo teams. We talk about silo teams a lot in what we call as the agile world, right? This is also a very solid anti-pattern where everybody has something in the mind and everybody is working in silos. People are not sharing the ideas, people are not communicating well, and all those things are happening. As a result of that, there are multiple sub-products that are developed, and the overall product is now at a very bad shape. Because which feature is now coming and how this feature is related to this feature and how the overall product is solving the problem. It's really a confused thing, right? So we need to come up and shake the hands with each other. We need to understand and empathize not only with the customers, but with our team members as well. Neglecting the technical debt. The tech debt is a monster. It's a hidden monster, right? It doesn't come in the forefront, so people don't care about it. It's just like COVID-19. Nobody has seen the COVID-19. How does it look like? But it impacts a lot, right? So it is just like COVID-19, where you people can argue, where is COVID-19? I have never seen that monster. So in the same way, you never see the tech debt, but it is there. It is there in the system for sure. The only thing is that you need to ensure that you are complying, you are eliminating, you are always on the top of your game as far as eliminating the tech debt is concerned. Right? So don't neglect the possibility of having the tech debt. Tech debt is always there. It's just that you have to act on time to resolve the tech debt which is there. The lack of matrices. As we have talked that there are several matrices out there. Sometimes, the product team takes a specific matrices. Why? Because the customers are also taking the competition is also looking at the same matrices, or our leadership team has told to look at these matrices, right? So that may not be the right answer to identify the matrices. You need to identify the matrices depending upon several criteria, such as what problem we are trying to solve for the customer, how the customer will become happy, how that problem will be solved, right? Then you want to categorize your matrices at the product level, at the org level, at the behavioral level, at the change management level, at the technology level. You create NPS, CSAT, you create that funnel level matrices, the R framework comes into picture. A lot of these things are there to help us out. We talk about the specific matrices, we talk about the vanity matrices, we talk about the North Star matrices, right? All these things are there. But we need to identify which set of matrices are important for our product at this point in time. The matrices also keeps on changing. So we need to see whether few matrices that we used to track 6 months back, are those matrices really relevant today? Or do we want to eliminate or pause them for a moment and then try to add more important matrices as per the current circumstances, right? Because things are changing, so you have to change. Your concepts will remain same, your fundamentals will remain same, but these things must be churned out and churned in always, depending upon what circumstances are going. So these are few of the matrices, these are few of the anti-patterns that we have talked. Now let's talk about the root causes of those matrices and how to eliminate these anti-patterns. The first and foremost root cause that comes to our mind is the lack of clarity. Everybody is not clear, everybody is not on the same page. People have some understanding here and there about what they are doing, what they are supposed to do, but that is not coming as a story in front of us. Right? It is coming as a broken dots. It is not a complete piece of cake. It is a broken cake here and there. So everybody in the product development team should be there in the same page as far as the product vision is concerned, strategy is concerned, product objective is concerned, the strategic decision making is concerned, tactical decision making is concerned, and so on and so forth. Everybody should know what is going on at what point in time and why it is going on and how it is impacting or it will impact the problem that you are trying to solve for the customer.
Harbir, we have another 5 minutes to conclude so that the audience can ask questions.
I'll try to wrap up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. We talk about the pressure to deliver the quickly. Pressures will always be there, right? Because it's a part of it's a culture. So we need to understand how we want to deal with the pressures. Right? So identify what pressures are there, identify the situation, come up in the meetings, talk to the leaders and identify and get their buy-in to resolve those pressures. There are inadequate resources. This is also the harsh reality. The inadequate resources will always be there because there are multiple products and multiple projects which are competing in nature, right? So the leadership is the core fundamental where we need to focus. The leadership must be aligned at any point in time because things start pouring from the top. If the top is aligned, the bottom will definitely be aligned in the right way. That is how we want to eliminate few of the anti-patterns. The fear of risk, right? We have to take the risk. We all know that how risk is important. We do the risk mapping, we do the risk analysis, we do the risk probability, this and that. All this is all good and fine. But we don't have to, we have to be calculative about taking the risk. And we have to come up, we have to take the support from everywhere. It should not happen in the bits and pieces. Lack of user centricity. We talked about that the user must be there at the center of gravity. The problem that you are trying to resolve for the user must be there at the center of the gravity. And this thing will fall in place if that is happening. Right? Ineffective communication. We talked about the silo teams. Communication is must. I always emphasize that you over-communicate. You over-communicate, don't assume anything that the other person is having 20 years or 30 years or 15 years of experience. This is a common thing. Nothing is common in this world. You have to be very upfront. You have to be very open. Talk about your mind. Get it validated from others. Get the assumptions. You have to validate others' assumptions. The others will validate your assumptions. Together you will develop a meaningful product. Confirmation bias. This is the preconceived idea or notion that we are taking. You know, this is the fundamental. That is what I have read in the books. So this must be true. Right? Gone are the days where you read the book and then you validate because things are changing. The environment is changing. The world is changing. The business is changing. So don't come with the preconceived notion or idea. Be open with the ideas. Get those ideas validated. Listen to others. Talk to others. And then this is how you come up with the overall development. Resistance to change is a huge topic in itself, right? Sometimes there are some natural anti-pattern, the cause of the anti-pattern. So there are some scientific techniques on how do you want to approach to resolve the resistance to change. You might want to connect with the coaches, the agile coaches, the product coaches, the managers, the senior leadership, coach them, consult them, do the workshops. There are a lot of change management workshops that are there. Right? Inadequate data. Collect the data in the right format, right shape, and then do the analysis properly so that you are in the right direction. Finally, I want to conclude this in another 2 minutes. Right? So what all we have studied the needs of looking at the anti-patterns, why anti-patterns are important, how they will impact the overall product development. We talked about the actual anti-patterns, and then we talked about the causes of those anti-patterns. We talked about some of the product dimensions that we can link those anti-patterns with the product dimensions and so on. So there is a need to identify and recognize that anti-patterns do exist. It is a reality. Let's accept it. Point number one. Point number two, what we can do about it. We can train and educate all the relevant stakeholders about the anti-patterns, causes, and impacts. You have to over-communicate, but with very politeness. Right? Don't bring harshness. Be very polite, down to earth. Communicate with the data so that others also understand. Involve the relevant stakeholders. Always involvement of the leadership, middle management, architects, senior leaders is really important. Involve the other departments, involve the sales department, marketing department, customer support department, customer success department, so on and so forth. All these are there to help out. And let everyone be self-aware. Self-awareness is also very critical. It's a very qualitative term in nature, but it is very important where you are self-aware, how you behave, how you react to a particular situation. You are mindful. If you are mindful, you are self-aware, you know that this is your weakness, and just try to pull yourself back. And you listen to others. You give the feedback to others, you take the feedback from others, and that is how you work in the organizational setup. So this is how I conclude the overall discussion. Now I am open for any questions.
Thanks, Harbir, for a wonderful session. And I would ask the participant to type in the chat that if they have any questions in related to the product management key anti-patterns. Anyone has any questions? If you can raise a hand also, I will unmute you.
Yeah, Shiva, Rajiv this side. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, you are audible, Rajiv. Yes.
So, Harbe, based on your experiences, what anti-patterns have you noticed during the execution time, right? When the actual delivery, when the development is going on, in those stages, some of the things which you like to highlight, some of those?
Whatever I have talked, all these are related at the execution only. We talk at a very ground level. We talk about day-to-day activities. We talk about at a story level, at a task level, and all those. We tend to forget the customer. We talk about the technology workarounds. We talk about the holidays that the people are taking. We talk about that we are delaying this and that, and story points and this and that, right? So all these are very important. You don't want to eliminate those, but at the same time, you need to keep an eye on for whom you are developing the product. Will that person get satisfied with the feature that we are rolling out? Sometimes the ego clashes comes into picture. Feature A is more important to deliver. No, feature B is more important to deliver, right? So you have to balance out the equation. You can't make anybody angry, but you have to be more scientific with your approach on why feature A is better to release and why feature B can still hold for a while. If you have that data, bring that data, collect the data from day to day, whatever tool you are taking, whatever meetings you are going through, the daily scrum, the retrospective, the planning, anything and everything, right? The product validation, the customer meetings that you are doing, the finance meetings, the marketing connects that you are doing, bring the data from those meetings and then try to resolve those challenges that are there. But at the execution time, it talks about which story will go first, which story will go next, right? What are the technical workarounds, how the architecture will get aligned properly, right? Do we want to add this feature along with this feature? How will it impact the other things? What is the integration that is going on? How will it impact the integration in the existing product and so on? So all these are valid questions, but you need to approach that scientifically.
Thanks.
Thanks, Raj. We have another question from chat box. If the management is always hurried to launch a product, then what we can do? John is asking this question.
Yes. It's a very valid question. It's a very valid scenario. It happens. You don't have to react. First step, you don't have to react. Pull yourself back, identify and evaluate the situation. See whether it makes sense, see whether there are resources to get it released, see whether it makes a logical sense to get it released. If there is no question, let it be released. But see what are the parallel things. Do some analysis. Try to see. Collect the data. Nobody can challenge the data in the world. whatever circumstance you are working, service company, product company, software company, hardware company, plastic company, anything. If you present the data in the right shape, right manner, your leaders will also be very alert. Oh my God, this is the data from my own product. I cannot neglect this data. So always back your reasoning with the solid, concrete data, concrete evidence. This world is moving towards the evidence-based business, where you are collecting the evidences. You are not saying because you are too much, you are enjoying the product world and you are a big fan of this feature. No. If you are a big fan, does not matter. It is your own thing. But you have the valid data to show, the customer data, the market data, the competition data, the internal data, external data, technological data, environment data, government data. Collect all those data, link those data together, present a beautiful story to the leadership. They will definitely get convinced. As simple as that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, and Johnny. We have another question, Harbir. P. Ranjan was asking what kind of a metrics need to be checked at a program level and portfolio level to check the product is going in a right path and need to be engaged the customer.
See, thank you for your question. So product and program are there for your own purpose. Product and program are internal to the organization. They don't have to do anything with the customer. The customer wants a great experience with the product. So along with the program and portfolio level matrices, you must follow the customer centric matrices. We talk about R matrices. This is great example. The funnel matrices, acquisition, activation, referral, revenue, and so on. These are great matrices to start with. You talk about NPS, you talk about CSAT, you conduct the interviews, you collect the surveys from the customers, and then get your product validated. From there, you pull the data and whatever that data, whatever story that data is telling you, based upon that story, you create your program level matrices, you create your portfolio level matrices. Because program and portfolio are internal, they are important. There is an organizing committee, a lot of efforts are going on, program managers are in place, portfolio managers are in place, VPs are in place. So yes, you have to track internal matrices as well, right? But focus must be there from the external matrices, the customer matrices. If once your customer matrices are in place, then based upon those matrices, you create your program level matrices, create your internal matrices, focus on the productivity. Don't focus on productivity of the individual. Focus on the productivity as a team, as a program, as a portfolio. Focus on the value delivery. How this program is delivering value per quarter, per month, how this portfolio is delivering value. Break down the definition of value. What do you mean by value? If I ask 10 people, they will give me 10 answers. All those 10 could be correct. But that does not mean that I will cater all those 10 definitions of value. I have to create one definition of value and get everybody's fine. So create that definition of value, and then based upon that definition, design and develop the matrices at the program level and portfolio level. But the customer has to be at the center of the gravity.
Hope that answers your question, Ranjan. Thanks. And is there any other questions you have, guys? Anyone wants to ask a last question? Okay. Looks like we are good. Thank you so much, Harbir. As a part of delivering the session with SS Agile Gurus, I'll take the screen share presentation right now from you, and I would like to give you the token of appreciation that in terms of delivering the session towards towards the anti-patterns. Anti-patterns in the product management. So we really appreciate the time spent, and it is enormously valuable. In fact, the anti-patterns in the product management, it is not covered in a 45 minutes of session.
Yes.
So thank you so much for the session. And guys, we would be going towards 15 minutes of break right now. But before that, I would like to present the NGO slides again, where you can see what are all the sessions we are conducting, and you can contribute towards the thing as part of a token of appreciation towards Agile Gurus, which they brought into these sessions. One is Vanaspati Vardhan Seva Sadan. I hope you will get all these in your WhatsApp group, but you can scan it and you can do whatever token of appreciation you want to donate, and you will get I think for some of them you get 80 by G certification, income tax related, so you can claim that as well. Thank you so much for the session attending, and we have our next speaker. Before presenting the topic, I'm handing it over to either Satish or Sharath to proceed with. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks once again. It's a great session from Harpreet Singh. It's a broader topic at the same time it's insightful, right? When we say anti-patterns in product management, there are a lot of things which Harpreet already has shared, right? Nowadays, people are moving more towards product centric. It's long back that people moved from project centric to product centric, but now people are more looking at the customer centric. It's not like we are building some products and pushing on to the customers. It's like what customer actually needs and how it helps to give overall better customer experience, right? So once again, a very great session from Harpreet. Thanks, Harpreet, for your time and
Thank you,
voluntarily
Sharath.
contributing for this.
Thanks, Sharath and Satish. You were really great. Thank you so much. It's an honor. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. This I want to hand it out to Gaurav. Can we take a short break before we come back? So that will energize the audience, to come back with
Yeah,
one
Sharath,
more session.
let's have a 15 minutes break and then we will have another awesome session by Supriya.
Right. I think probably we can come back by 7:25, a quick 5-minute break.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can. I will run the NGO
Yeah,
slides for
please keep
everyone.
running the NGO slides.
Yeah.
I request the participants to take a quick break and come back where we have one more exciting session on AI. Today it's all about AI. So keep watching this space. Thank you. Venkat? Shiva, you're going to take over?
Yeah, I'll take it forward.
Cool.
Okay, so welcome back all. As we have a wonderful session from Dr. Harbin Singh, we have our next speaker. I'm just sharing the screen to you. Supriya Vaidya. So she's going to talk about the product psychology in the generative AI. So in terms of product psychology, obviously, in terms of AI, we have our lot of doubts what it, towards our privacy and all. So she's going to address, as you see, she has a great vast experience in terms of 17 years, were IT leader working with the top-notch companies, and she's been a wonderful leadership and agile coaching while pursuing so much things. She has been a Paul Evidence, a management professional and certified safe agilist. So I request Supriya to take over on the topic of product psychology meets AI. So how to create the products that are both user friendly and effective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shiva. And I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you very much for that excellent introduction. So good day all, and just bear with me until I share my screen and set up the screen for the presentation today. Okay. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes.
Yeah, Supriya, we can see.
Okay. All right, then let's get started. So has this ever happened to you? I mean, you think about exploring some product. You start researching what are the reviews, how are the ratings, what are people talking about that product? And the very next morning, you start seeing related content, advertisements, promotions, and a lot of things about this product that you were trying to explore. Does this sound relatable to anybody? Yeah, maybe you can use the chat box, okay? So it does sound relatable, right? Is it magic? Not really. This is exactly the fascinating energy between product psychology and AI. In an era where technology as well as the user demands are constantly evolving, understanding how users interact with your products as well as what motivates them to come to your products is super important. And this is where product psychology takes the center stage and AI takes this understanding to the next level. Over the next half an hour or so, we'll explore how the convergence of these two fields can reshape your product management strategy, making it more user-centric and, of course, revenue generating. All right, so let's take a quick look at the roadmap for our session today. We'll start by understanding product psychology and a few of the product psychology principles. Then we'll explore the importance of artificial intelligence in product management. We'll delve into some real life examples of the convergence of product psychology with AI. Next, we'll discuss the minimum viable approach to the convergence. Yes, this is a term that is inspired by a minimum viable product, something that I have coined. Towards the end, we'll summarize the key takeaways and open the floor for your questions. Also, you can use the chat box throughout the session to ask your questions. I'll try to handle it during this section of the session or even after the session. And finally, we'll conclude the session with a big thank you. All right, so without further ado, let's dive into the first item of our agenda, understanding product psychology. Okay, so imagine that you're browsing the Myntra shopping app. Okay, what is Myntra? Myntra is India's largest e-commerce store for fashion and lifestyle products. Okay, so imagine that you are trying to search for a green hat for your son. So you start by entering that text in the search box over here and press enter. All right. And as soon as you press enter, you're presented with a lot of items, okay, which match green hat. You observe that none of them have a rating or review. So the logical next step is to filter the results with rating. We don't want anything below 4 points, right? So we select 4 to 5 range and click the apply button. Excellent. Now we are left with only 2 items. And out of these 2 items, you can notice that one of them has an excellent star rating of 4.9 stars, which means great customer satisfaction. Oh, what next? Only few items are left. So let's hurry. I need to buy this. Oh, and what is this? Excellent. I'm getting a free shipping. Wow, what's more? If I take a quiz, I stand a chance of unlocking a coupon. So without any more hesitation, I proceed to buy the green hat. So now I have a question for all of you. Right from the step of starting the search to clicking that buy now button, any guess how many product psychology principles must be at play? I'll just give you some choices because this is a pure guesswork that you will be doing. Is it 1 product psychology principle, 2 or 5? Please put it in your chat box and let's see. What are your guesses? 1, 2 or 5 product psychology principles. Okay. Shripati Kaushik says 2. Come on, it's a complete guesswork. 2, 5. All right, nobody thinks it's a single product psychology principle. All right, so I can see that everybody thinks it is either 2 or 5 product psychology principles. So in order to reveal actually how many product psychology principles were used, let's dissect this step by step, okay? So I want you to pay attention to this 4.9 star rating, okay? What is this? This illustrates the concept of social proof bias. We tend to adapt our behaviors based on what others do or what others say or what others have to talk about this particular product. Okay, so this is the first one. Second, we encounter that after applying the filter of rating, there are only 2 items left. So this was simplifying my decision. This is an important product psychology principle called as the paradox of choices. More the options, harder the decision. Lesser options presented to the user, faster and quicker decisions. Now, this can be used both ways. Sometimes you want to reduce the options. Sometimes you want to present more options to your users. The third one, okay, now notice this alert indicating that only a few items are left. Now, this plays on the scarcity effect principle, creating that urgency. Okay, so people tend to value items which are in limited supply or scarce, and we start perceiving them as rare or exclusive. The fourth one is this free shipping banner for you. Okay, now when I started browsing, I was not expecting a free shipping, but now since I see it, I want it. This is the reciprocity principle. That is when I would say people are compelled to reciprocate when they receive something. And finally, this unlock a coupon by solving a quiz. What this does is it initiates that intrinsic competition that we have in ourselves, where, in challenging situations, we want to win. And this is nothing but the achievement goal theory. And in this case, the reward is also quite beneficial, right? A free coupon, quite valuable. So yes, those who said 5, of course, it was a complete guesswork. So it wasn't just 1, 2, but 5 product psychology principles at play that led you to purchase that green hat within a matter of few minutes. So that is product psychology. So yes, I think with the example that we saw of browsing on Myntra, that product psychology is the study of how users interact with your product, as well as what motivates them to use your product. Okay, and incorporating product psychology in your product management in order to come up with features is very crucial. It can help the influencing the look and feel of your product, the workflows or the user journey, considering people's emotions, their behavior and thinking. In essence, it is a skill that acts as a bridge that connects the perceived user needs, the perceived user expectations with their actual needs. So purposefully incorporating product psychology in your product management strategy can lead to the design of products which are simple to use, solve the real problems that brought the users to your product, as well as exceed their expectations. All right. So that was about product psychology. Now let's shift our focus to artificial intelligence and its importance in product management. Now, I would like to kick off this topic by showing you the statistics. Now, this is based on the Gartner High-Tech Product Management Score of Organizational Assessments. And what this is telling us, that only 21% of organizations use product analytics or in-product behaviors to drive their product decisions. This is extremely intriguing as well as surprising at the same time. The power of data-driven decision-making has always been underestimated. Data, metrics, analytics, AI is not something to be scared of. In fact, I would say after looking at these statistics and this great revelation, this is something that we should leverage to its maximum potential so that you can transform your product strategy and gain an edge over your competitors. Now, based on this insight from Gartner, I would like to clear some myths and misconceptions that are surrounding the use of AI and analytics. So we have seen some of this already in the previous sessions, but yes, I would like to talk about it a bit more. Okay. So first, AI replaces product managers. Now, this is a common misunderstanding. Let's agree that yes, AI is a powerful tool, but it definitely cannot replace the human aspect or the qualitative information that product managers bring through their daily interactions with the users, with the products, and with the market. Okay. Secondly, AI is too complex and expensive. I think this is a typical response that we receive whenever there is a new change that we want to embrace, right? And many believe that AI is not suitable for their products because of its complexity and its cost. And finally, AI replaces human decision-making. AI cannot replace human judgment. Why? Because AI is still under development and it is prone to errors. Secondly, AI does what we humans instruct it to do. Okay, so it is for us to responsibly and ethically use AI with the awareness of its limitations. So now that we have seen the myths, let's uncover the facts. Okay, so let's start. AI is not to replace, but it is to augment and empower your product managers. How exactly, right? So AIs can assist product manager in various ways. For example, together with AI, the product managers can analyze large data set to identify trends and patterns, which can help in building your product backlog in your roadmap. At the same time, together with AI, you can automate a lot of repetitive tasks so that the product managers can focus on the more strategic as well as creative tasks. Then secondly, coming to the complexity and the cost aspect of the AI tools. Yes, there was a time when AI tools were available only to the larger companies who had a substantial budget, but now there are more and more affordable and user-friendly AI tools that can be accessed by organizations of varying sizes. At the same time, there are many AI tools that have been developed specifically by keeping product managers in mind. Mixpanel, for example, is a great tool that can be used by product managers to use with the AI use cases. It has a lot of features. For example, it can create user segments based on the factors that you present to it. Secondly, it has an excellent feature called as funnel analysis, so that you can analyze the user journeys, try to identify the bottlenecks, try to identify those decision points where your users drop and those conversions do not happen. Okay. And finally, AI enhances human decision-making. It will not replace the human decision-making. When we make decisions based on data or based on any insights, it could be qualitative as well as quantitative. Generally, our decisions are based on the data that is easily accessible to us, that is easily seen to us. And AI will exactly help in removing this bias from our decision making by going over and by scrutinizing huge amounts of data, different kind of data, traditional as well as non-traditional. So to recap, AI isn't our enemy. It is a vital partner. It can take your teams to new levels of productivity and innovation. And also, when we are adopting this technology, okay, it's very important to have this mindset. It's very important to adopt this technology with an aim to empower your teams instead of replacing them. Yeah. So that takes us to the next slide. So we saw that, yes, AI is definitely the biggest ally of product managers. So now we'll see that how AI can be a partner of the product managers. So it is through this 4 use cases or 4 applications of AI that I would like to talk about. Okay. So first is anticipating user needs. So let's say natural language processing or NLP can be used to dive deeper into the user data. Now, what user data am I talking about here? It is, of course, the traditional user data, which we get in the form of user surveys or the feedback or the CSAT surveys that we send, as well as there is a lot of non-traditional user data in the form of reviews, ratings, the comments that they post on social media, and other different social media interactions. So we can use NLP to gain insights from this user data. And let's say this can be utilized to fine-tune the chatbot so that we can better serve the queries of our customers. Moving on to optimizing product features. When I talk about product features, this is both functional as well as the non-functional aspects of the product features. So machine learning can be used to develop algorithms for fraud detection, which will predict or which can prevent these fraudulent transactions beforehand. Another use case could be machine learning can again be used to dive into vast amount of data, mainly the product usage metrics, such as feature adoption, feature engagement. What is the monthly users, okay, for your product? How about the conversion rates? And it can help in building products and features which we can, which will help us in increasing the retention and the revenue. They can guide us in prioritization as well as fine-tuning of these product features. And this will ensure that you allocate the resources to the right features, as well as determine which areas to invest and which areas not to invest. Third is enhancing personalization. Okay, so AI can take the user segment personalization to the next level by individual usage patterns, okay, recommendations for individuals. This level of personalization will not only increase the user satisfaction, but this will also help in retention. Now, I'll give you an example of personalization from one of my previous organizations, John Deere. Okay, and here the personalization feature that the team had demonstrated was that imagine a customer logs in. The very first welcome screen that the customer is presented with, it was personalized. The image as well as the theme, the fonts that are presented to the customer are based on the location from which the customer is logging in. So imagine the impact that it will have on the customer. And finally, I have this application of AI, which is realizing market opportunities. So how can we do this? AI can help in suggesting what are the right user segmentations that we can do. And then before releasing a feature, it can help us minimize the risk associated with it by performing A/B test, then using this data to understand in which market, in which user segment this feature should be released, which it should not be released, where we need some other features or some other enhancements to the product. Okay, and this is how it will shape your marketing strategy. So while these are very few applications of AI in product management that I have shared, as AI continues to develop, I'm sure that we'll see even more innovative and transformative uses. Okay, so that takes us to the next topic of the session today. So I think we have all heard this famous saying that the sum of the whole is more than the sum of the parts, right? So let's explore some real life examples where we see the convergence of product psychology as well as AI together. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm trying to do some adjustments in my screen here. Yeah. All right. So let's start with this example of Amazon product listing. Okay. So I want you to concentrate here. Okay. When you see the original price of the product struck through number, okay, next to the sale price, your attention is anchored to this discounted price, making it seem more appealing, right? You automatically feel, oh, wow, I'm getting a 42% discount. That's great. Similar tactic is also used in subscription-based services, where a basic plan serves as an anchor, making the premium plan appear like a reasonable upgrade. Now, this marketing strategy is driven by a product psychology principle called as anchoring bias. It involves using a reference point to influence the user behavior. Okay, and now let's explore how AI takes this marketing strategy to the next level. Here again, machine learning algorithms can be developed to create a price optimization machine, okay, or engine that can determine what is the most effective anchor price. And how it will determine this effective anchor price? It is by scrutinizing, let's say, the prices for the similar product by competitors. Okay, what has been the sales history for this product? What has been the customer's price range when they are buying on Amazon? Okay, and what's more, AI can also allow these anchor prices to be dynamically updated based on the market situation, based on the season, based on the different events, let's say, that Amazon is trying to launch. So this was first example of anchoring bias. I will say another example of anchoring bias, which all of you can, immediately see, is just log into Netflix without your login. Okay, as a completely new user, just try and log into Netflix. You will see there are at least 3 locations on the Netflix home screen, which will anchor you or which will direct you or which will frame you to subscribe to Netflix. Yeah. Moving ahead. Now, what is this? This is the YouTube home screen. Okay, so as soon as you launch the YouTube home screen, you are presented with a vast array of video options spanning different genres. Okay, some are even unrelated subjects and some catering even to different age groups. I would compare this experience of the YouTube home screen to that of scrolling through a grocery store and going to the cereal aisle with so many brands, flavors, and types of cereals to choose from. Okay, and as you try to make a decision to buy one of the cereal, I may feel anxious and stressed. Okay, I may just even leave the store, or in this case, I may exit YouTube without clicking on any video at all. Okay, so any guesses? I think we have seen this product psychology feature when we started the product psychology introduction. Anybody? Which is this product psychology feature principle? We have seen this already in our Myntra app example. Okay, I see it moving. Is it digital marketing? Is it social? Okay. So this is again the paradox of choice. Okay. So we had seen that whenever we offer too many choices to users, it can, cause an overload, or it can cause the users to feel overwhelmed. frustrated, and ultimately leave the product or service. Okay, but AI can combat the paradox of choice by narrowing down the options. Here's a content, or it can create a content recommendation system that can categorize and filter suggestions based on, let's say, different user segments, based on the categories or demographics like age, gender, occupation, and location, or based on the subscription type. Okay, what's more, how to determine that what is the exact or the right number of choices that should be presented to the user. We can use automated A/B tests to perform these tests. That, let's see, if we reduce the choices, are we getting better engagement? If we increase the choices, are we getting better engagement? Also, it can be used to recommend some of these filters that they can use. If you log into Amazon, right, from your mobile phone, you will see that they have the Prime option as well as the rating, top rating option, right, at the top, available very easily for you to filter, right? So these are the ways in which the paradox of choice psychological principle can be combated by AI. Okay, here's a slightly different example. So what you see here is Vodafone Idea home screen, okay? And they are featuring a prominent offer at the top, and which is coinciding exactly with the start of the festival season in India, which typically begins in August, okay? And I want you to concentrate at the recharge now call to action, as well as the TNC apply notice at the bottom of the promotion, which is saying that the offer valid till 15 September to October 2023. Sorry. Again, I'll move to all of you for a question. Okay. Which psychology principle is this? We have seen this already. This is yet another example of which psychological principle?
Scarcity.
Yes, absolutely. Bang on. This is another example of scarcity effect. Okay. So let's see how businesses harness the scarcity effect in marketing. Okay. So we have already seen the scarcity effect capitalizes on our intrinsic fear of missing out and our aspiration to obtain items of limited supply or those available for a restricted duration. Okay. And then we start perceiving them as rare or exclusive. So how, in your marketing strategy or businesses can use this is through the usage of predictive analytics. Okay. You can forecast the specific trends or seasonal shopping patterns. Here, for example, it was the proximity to the Indian festive season, that there are these seasons or these particular events are likely to occur. Okay, so this empowers the businesses to come up with these marketing campaigns. And to top it, there can be recommendation systems which, based on, let's say, the user's browsing history, their purchasing history, can start, recommending, start suggesting these limited time offers to the customers so that they will, immediately start purchasing or immediately start subscribing to these offers. So these were some 3 examples of how product psychology as well as AI can really change your product management, your product design, your product marketing strategy. All right. So that takes us to the next section of the session. Okay. So now we saw only some 4 or 5 product psychology principles, right? What if I told you that there are over 100 psychology principles you can use to make your products more user-friendly? We saw the ones which are impacting the user journeys, but there are many principles which can impact the look and feel of your products. It can impact how the different elements on your screen should be placed, which elements should be grouped. Okay, so there are a lot, there's a plethora of information, plethora of product psychology principles that you can use to make your products more user-friendly. Does it sound like a lot? Yeah. And now consider or couple it with the rapid innovations in AI, right? Generative AI, for example. I mean, it is one of the hottest topics. Wherever you go, we are listening about generative AI. In fact, the summit was kicked off by this topic, generative AI, right? It is also at the top of the Gartner hype curve for 2023, and it is predicted to stay there for the next 3 years. And you have seen the advancement that generative AI has made in a short span. So which AI technique would you prioritize, right? Feeling a bit overwhelmed? So that's where the minimum viable approach for this conversion comes into the picture. Now here is, again, it's a suggestion. It's a possible approach that you can use to integrate the convergence with your product management process. Of course, there may be many more, right? Now here, I have tried to make it as simple as possible. It consists of 5 steps that you can easily follow. So let's dive into it. Okay, so this is the first and the crucial step. Define clear goal. Always start with the why. Try to answer this question. What are we trying to achieve by harnessing the power of AI and product psychology in our product management process? The answer that you get to the question is your goal. Okay. Some of the examples could be improving user engagement, increasing conversion rates, or enhancing user satisfaction. Now, this goal, these are just some examples, right? So your specific objective, your goal for including AI will depend on your unique product as well as business needs and your overall organizational strategy. But it's very essential to establish clear objectives, because this is what will keep you focused and this will help you to measure the progress effectively. Now, the second step, okay, is to understand the user needs. Now, to do this, we can leverage AI-driven analytics to gather deep insights about the user behavior. And I would like to say it's not only the quantitative insights, also ensure that during this step, you are also taking into consideration the qualitative insights, okay, which could be through direct interactions with your users. Okay, so once you do this qualitative as well as this quantitative analysis, you try to understand what are the challenges, what are the pain points that your user is facing. Now, the next part is choosing now the right product psychology principles that align with your goals as well as will help you to solve these challenges of the users. Okay, it's like fitting the pieces of puzzle together. So by aligning these elements, we can create products that resonate with your users as well as help us to achieve our business goals. Okay, now is the time to get creative. This step is all about brainstorming. Now get your cross-functional teams together, which could be your AI, ML experts, your UI experts, your data analysts, all of them, okay? Bring them together to explore the different ways that AI can be used to implement the product psychology principles that we chose in the second step, okay? But it's not about just some wild, producing some wild ideas. We have to make sure that these ideas align with the first 2 steps. That is the key to making these ideas practical and effective.
Sorry to interrupt, Supriya. We have 10 more minutes to wrap it up.
Okay.
The session, and then we'll take the question and answers.
Okay, sure. I'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. Okay, so moving ahead, this is the 4th step, which is about prioritizing and implementing this AI-infused features, okay? So carefully prioritize which AI-infused features to include in the first iteration of your MBA cycle so that it has the maximum impact, okay? Now, there are different prioritization techniques available, but in this scenario where you are trying to start, change your product strategy, you're trying to implement completely new tools and technology, carefully select, prioritization factors such as the resource availability and skills, technical availability, and so on. So once you have prioritized these features, you'll need to collaborate closely with your development and analytic teams. Yes, the cross-functional team enter again, because these teams will be instrumental in implementing the prioritized features within the product, okay? And also ensure that these cross-functional teams get your support, get your direction throughout the implementation process, so that the main objectives of embracing these tools and technologies are met. And this step is the most important step for transforming your product strategy. All right. And finally, we have monitor and optimize. So what exactly do we mean by this step? Okay. We mean continuous vigilance, tracking, and tuning. Identify the right product metrics and set up dashboards so that you can keep a close eye on user data and product performance after releasing these AI-infused features. Okay. And by monitoring data, you can identify areas for improvement, make data-driven decisions, as well as this can help in ongoing optimization and a yet another cycle of the MDM. Okay, so this is the diagram which summarizes the simple minimum viable approach, a 5-step simple but effective steps, and it also emphasizes that this is an ongoing cycle. Okay, now to make the concept of the minimum viable approach clearer, let's dive into an example case study. Okay, so the example that I have chosen here is that how the synergy of product psychology and AI can significantly enhance customer support. Now, why customer support? Why did I choose customer support? Because this is a universal challenge that spans numerous domains from telecommunication, manufacturing, e-commerce, banking, finance, and beyond. And also at some point in time, we have been a disgruntled customer, right? So we can actually relate to this example. All right. So here's the first step, okay, which is about defining the clear goal. And for the case study of the customer support example, the goal that we have set is to elevate customer satisfaction while maintaining the cost efficiency of the support operations. And the key strategies to achieve this goal would be reducing the average handling time by ensuring that we are providing swift responses and minimal wait times for the customers, and increasing the first contact resolution by resolving customer issues during the very first interaction, eliminating completely the need for any follow-up. So moving ahead, this is the second step, which is to understand the user needs. Okay, so a mix of qualitative and quantitative research methods were used. For example, interviewing the users. Now, in this example, there are two sets of users. One is the end customers who call your customer support, as well as the customer support representatives, which are using your customer support application. Okay, so both these users were interviewed. There could be, visits to the customer center to see how the CSRs are using your application, right? As well as there were various metrics that were meticulously examined. Through this in-depth analysis, okay, there were these 4 product psychology principles that were zeroed upon. Now, how did we reach these 4 product psychology principles? It was based on 4 observations, okay? So the first observation was that the query resolution process was too complicated. It was creating a significant burden for both the customers as well as the CSR. That is the cognitive load. So we should always try to reduce the cognitive load on our users. Then it was also observed that there were very few closed tickets that had any feedback associated with it. Customers didn't have a way to share feedback, neither they were inclined to providing any feedback to the CSR. This is where it was decided to use the reciprocity to provide some incentives to the customer to encourage them to provide feedback. It was also observed that there was an absence of comprehensive database, or even if there was this knowledge articles, they were not updated. There was a lack of recent resolutions, FAQs, that was causing delays in providing quick solutions by the users. And that is the availability heuristic psychology principle at play. And finally, the CSRs were feeling less motivated, they were frustrated, and they needed some extra encouragement. So that's how the Delighters product psychology was selected. That is to provide some unexpected, pleasant surprise to the users. So moving ahead to the third step, which is after identifying the product psychology principles, identify how AI can be used to implement these features. Okay, so through a cross-functional collaboration, these are the 6 features that were identified. The first one is customize one-click feedback. Okay, that is using NLP and NLP to create personalized feedback forms for the customer. A feedback incentive. Okay, so customers would get some reward or incentives which are similar to their purchasing habits. So whenever they provide a ticket feedback, CSR appreciation. So this was used to boost the motivation of the CSR. Let's say in a day, they were able to handle 5 calls and close the tickets in the first call itself, right? So this is a very nice personal milestone that the CSR has achieved. So why not provide appreciation prompts to the CSR as well as its supervisors to celebrate these small milestones? 4th and 5th, which is ticket sentiment analysis and summarization, and ticket classification and routing, are on the similar lines. This is the usage of NLP with sentiment analysis to identify some keywords from the ticket to understand the exact problem as well as the emotions of the user, so that the CSRs can handle the queries better and not just follow some script. And finally, I will say the most important one, which is using adaptive learning algorithms to continuously enhance the knowledge base. Okay, so these were the 6 features from the 4 product psychology principles that were identified. Now, moving on to the 4th step of the MBA is to prioritize and implement. Okay, so which were the prioritization factors that were used here? It was the resource availability and their skill set. Very, very important, right? Whenever you are trying to start working with a new technology, understanding the risk associated with each feature and the availability of a mitigation, technical feasibility. It is something that we are actually able to develop. Okay, they should deliver business value and the ROI. Okay, so introducing these features in your product should definitely support and the growth of your product. Okay, so based on this, these are the 4 features that were prioritized in this decreasing order of the priority. First is the knowledge base enhancement. This will help both the CSR motivation as well as the cognitive load, both on the customers as well as the CSRs. The second and the third one, which is ticket sentiment analysis and summarization and ticket classification routing, right? So imagine, instead, if you're a calling customer, instead of explaining the whole problem, the CSR, the representative, already knows exactly what is your problem and starts working on the solution. Also imagine, you are getting moved from one person to the other, you're repeating what is your problem. Instead, you are directly routed to the right team and get your ticket resolved. Okay. And finally, the customized one-click feedback. This will help both in the customer satisfaction, gauging what is our customer satisfaction, as well as a motivation factors for the CSRs. So what is customized one-click feedback? Just, it is based on the channel that the customer is using to interact with you. Provide a simple link which has, to give that star rating. Based on the star rating and the interaction with the customer, you can also, AI can be used to suggest the comments, the feedback as well, or the other way around, right? So these were the 4 features that were prioritized. And if you notice, they were all carefully selected to solve the challenges related to AHT as well as FCR. And the final and the most important step to understand that whether these new features that we have introduced, are they really helping in achieving our goal or not? There was a continuous tracking mechanism that was developed for AHT, FCR, as well as these other supporting metrics like the queue time, the escalation rate, the ticket rerouting, on-hold time, reopen rate, repeat contact rates. So these are examples of both business metrics as well as your product metrics. So this will guide that whether your features are really helping in solving that problem. Okay. So I hope with this case study, the minimum viable approach or how to implement or how to integrate AI together with product psychology is becoming clear. and we'll move on to the key takeaways and the Q&A. Okay, I hope I'm on time. I'll just take another 30 seconds to share the key takeaways. Okay, so in conclusion, okay, traditionally we have seen product management. It is described by this Venn diagram, which consists of these 3 circles, right? It has UX, tech, and business. Now, I will say these 2 concepts that we saw together, which is product psychology as well as artificial intelligence. These are extension of the UX as well as so product psychology is extension of the UX part of it, and AI is the extension of the technical know-how. Okay, and product psychology is really, really crucial. It helps in bridging that gap between the perceived needs as well as what are the true needs. And of course, AI can take your product management strategy to some new horizons. Okay, but it's really important to remember that start small. Okay, keep a close watch on your metrics and keep refining as you proceed. And finally, while these tools have immense power to shape the future trend, we have to use them responsibly and ethically. Okay, so that brings us to the question and answers. Okay, and I would like to hear if there are any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Supriya, for such a wonderful session. We have some questions already asked in the chat. I'll go through one of them.
Okay.
In legacy product organizations with monolithic architectures, what's the phased way to drive this AI revolution to make new age digital products?
Okay, I think that's a very interesting question. So I will say whether it is legacy or whether it is the latest technology, okay, and the minimum viable approach is also talking about this. Define your clear goals. Okay, why is it that you want to incorporate AI or product psychology in your monolithic application? I think both these concepts, product psychology as well as AI, they are, I think, not related to technology as such. It is more how you're going to use this, how you're going to support your existing applications by incorporating some of these concepts. Okay, and I think it will depend on case to case, and it's not really impacted by the technology.
Thanks, Supriya. There is another question. Is it needed to know all the principles of the product psychology?
Yeah, so see, of course, there are 105 principles, and probably I can share the link where we can gain understanding of the product psychology principles. But I think this is true with every subject, right? So always start small, try to understand as you, I'll tell you, as I started working on this, or as I was introduced this subject. Now, whenever I see any product, whenever I see somebody using a product, I start thinking, oh, which is this product psychology principle that is at play? And it's not something new. Okay, this has been used since ages. We are surrounded by product psychology. Okay, so I will say, of course, you cannot know everything, but eventually, slowly, as you start interacting, as you start having that mindset of understanding, oh, what is that? Why am I being, my behavior is such in a particular product compared to in some other product, you will start understanding which psychology principle is at play. And in fact, I will say it's a very good skill that product managers can now start, gaining together with all the other that we saw.
Thanks, Supriya. There are so many comments, saying great informative session, and it would be wonderful session, knowledge and informative. So there is another question for you from Rekha. Is there a way for women working from home utilize it?
Okay, so I will say, I mean, I'm also a woman working from home, Rekha. Okay, so what I'll say is I think I didn't touch that part, but generative AI is something that I utilize, okay, a lot. It really helps. We have seen that in many sessions, and there are many trainings available on how generative AI can be used for research, how it can be used for training, how it can be used for gaining skills. So I think that is how you can use it. And product psychology, again, I said it's everywhere, okay? So you have to identify what is it that you want to achieve and use the right product psychology principles. And of course, data and metrics can help you.
Hope that answered your question, Rekha. Is there anyone else wants to ask any question? If one last question we can take, and we can proceed for next. Is there anyone?
Shiva, I
Okay.
have one question for Supriya.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Gaurav.
So, Supriya, what I've seen, like a lot of companies nowadays are actually blocking the AI, right, for the employees. So, what's your call on that?
Yes, I think, Gaurav, it is specifically generative AI, I think, that is being blocked. Okay. So, am I right there, Gaurav, or my understanding is
Yeah,
incorrect?
that's correct, right? Yeah. That's
Yes.
correct.
Right. So see, AI has a lot of key techniques. Something like it has, deep learning, it has machine learning, it has neural networks, it has generative AI is just one of them. Okay, I will say. So yes, companies are blocking it. And to some extent, I will say I kind of agree to it. And don't kill me for that. But yes, why I agree to it is, it's like first understanding the basics. Okay, and then using ChatGPT to propel yourself. Okay. And actually, the main reason for generative AI being banned from the organization is because through asking these questions to generative AI, what we are doing, we are training the model. Okay. And how this model is getting trained by the information that you're providing to the model, right? So you may happen to share some information about your organization, which should not go outside, right? And it will be used to train this model. So there are security and privacy considerations here. And that is the reason why generative AI is probably, not allowed from organizations. So 2 reasons here.
Thanks, Supriya, got it right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav, and thank you, Supriya.
Yes.
And with this, I
Yeah.
okay, yeah, you
I'll
are closing
just
your
need
statement.
30
I just want to
seconds.
share my thoughts.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Please, Supriya, you go. You
Okay. So yes, so I had saved the thank you for the end. So big thank you to the audience for attending the session, and of course the SS Agile Gurus, both Sharath and Satish, and all the facilitators for this session. So here on the screen, I have my contact email ID as well as a QR code for my LinkedIn profile. And I'm sure they have, SS Agile Gurus have also shared it in the chat box. So I would, really like, if you find the insights that I shared valuable, I would be happy to connect with all of you like-minded professionals over LinkedIn. So feel free to connect with me. And again, a big thank you and a lot of gratitude to all. Yeah, that's it. Over to you, Sharath.
Yeah,
I'm taking the
thanks,
sharing
Supriya.
from you,
Sure.
Supriya.
Sure.
Right.
So as a token of appreciation, we would like to facilitate. Sorry, I think I have shared wrong one.
If you want me to share, I can share.
I'm sharing it once
Okay.
again. Thank you so much, Supriya, for the wonderful session on the product psychology that meets AI. This is as part of SL's Agile Gurus token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Supriya, for a great session. What a way of presentation. Yeah? Too much information loaded, excellent presentation, lots of information with respect to the product, principles, then, product driven decision making, how you can, drive AI through the products, right? And you have cleared the myths, right? Few myths, right? Is AI going to take away our jobs? Which is super critical. People keep on reading the articles, but still they don't get clarity. There's a fear in their mind. But you have provided some clarity and confidence over there. Really an amazing session. I think these are the kind of sessions which people look for, right? And come to the summit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate
And
those.
I want
Really
Satish
kind of you.
also to share his, thoughts. Before we
Definitely,
take
like it was a wonderful session. It gave a lot of insights And obviously, we can't expect any of the speakers to complete everything within 45 minutes. So this is acting as like an initial touch base or the starting point for the participants to generate that interest and make sure they start learning or going through that journey. That helps a lot for all the participants and even for us, right? So as we are going through the topics and the examples and the references you are giving, like you and Harbir and Chandra as well, right? So that is helping us connect to the dots and making sure look at the bigger picture and make sure we are all at the baby steps, step 0. You are like all of you are taking at step 4 or 5 or maybe 10. So we are trying to get started, and these are helping definitely all the participants and making sure like to give us a guidance and the path perspective. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me quickly share my screen before we go for a break. Everybody see my screen?
Yes, Satish.
Yes, Satish.
We can see.
Okay. How do we call ourselves agilists if we don't embrace change? So as part of the session, we know we are running a little bit late. So there's a slight change in the schedule. So once we are done with this, we are going for a break or a dinner break, or based upon your time zone, we are going for a 30-minute break. And as per the IST, like we'll be back by 9 p.m. Once you are back, we have 2 power-packed sessions. So architecting AI-powered organizations by Pawan Talapragada, followed by unleashing generative AI by Anjuman. So today is all about the AI or the new technology topics. So make sure you're back totally energized to go through these powerful sessions. Thanks, everyone. Let's resume once you're back from break.
Thanks, Satish. Sharath, you can showcase now.
Stamach and then food for thought.
Sorry, I don't know if you.
Anyone has any comments?
No, I said food for stomach and then food for thought. Good one.
Yes, that's correct.
Good thought for the weekend, right? To process.
Yeah.
Hello, let's have a dinner break and come back. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Let's come back.
Satish, you can stop sharing the screen now.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
Let's make a start. Satish, are we good now?
Yes. Yes. We have Pawan. Pawan?
Yeah, Pawan is there. I can see Pawan. Hi, Pawan. Pawan, you're on mute.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have few folks yet to join. I think they are finishing their dinner. Right. So guys, let's make a start. So thanks, Pawan, for joining the session. All right. And we are going to have a good session from you. The session is going to be covered by Pawan is Architecting the AI-Powered Organization, a CTO Playbook. Coming on the brief of the background of Pawan, Pawan is an engineering leader and an AI entrepreneur. He draws over a decade experience leading engineering teams and driving digital transformation at high growth companies. Pawan has led major cloud-native transformation, Kubernetes adoption, and cutting-edge platform modernization initiatives. He is passionate about advancing innovations. He enjoys cricket, hiking, and exploring California landscape. Pawan, you can start now. That was a brief summary about you.
Thank you, Gaurav, for that intro. Am I audible? Am I good?
Yes, you are. You are, Pawan.
So let me share my screen pretty quick, and I'll turn on the center mode here shortly. Just give me a sec here. How do I do this? Do you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see. You can start now.
Awesome. All right. Again, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, first of all. As CTOs, we have a pivotal role to play in responsibly guiding our organization's adoption of generative AI. I see that theme being pretty consistent across the talks I've heard so far in this particular summit. This technology represents a watershed moment with potential to revolutionize industries, but it needs to be very thoughtfully implemented. So over the next few minutes, I'll provide a very strategic framework for evaluating, incubating, and scaling high potential generative AI capabilities across our business and our technology stack. We'll explore different approaches for alignment, organizational design, and responsible AI adoption while maintaining our core systems. My goal is to equip each one of you with an actionable playbook for integrating generative AI in a very purposeful way that unlocks innovation while also at the same time managing risk, which is equally important. So let's get started. So before we dive into the strategies for adoption, let's ground ourselves into what generative AI actually is. I know it's kind of a repetition based on a lot of content you've seen before, but it's always good to have that refresher. At its core, generative AI refers to systems that can create new, original content like text, audio, or video. So the key capabilities would include natural language processing to generate some coherent text, computer vision to create realistic images and video, speech synthesis to mimic human voices and audio, and some code generation to produce software and software programs. Under the hood, generative AI leverages deep learning techniques like transformers and massive training datasets. But the key is that these models can produce novel human-like content, and it's just not about analyzing data. The capabilities are rapidly evolving. Every week sees something new. Systems can now generate content conditional on prompts and converts very closely like a human. As CTOs, we need to stay abreast of the technical advances, like your foundational models, few-shot learning, model architectures, and establish proper governance across these systems. Used judiciously, generative AI could significantly augment human creativity and productivity. But careful implementation is the key, which we will see next. Why adopt generative AI? Many organizations are pursuing generative AI because it enables breakthrough capabilities that provide competitive edge. Some major drivers include increased efficiency. You're able to automate manual tasks like content creation, which is freeing up employees for more strategic work. Enhanced products and services. Generative AI can be directly incorporated into offerings like your chatbots and recommendation engines. Innovation. It can enable new business models, products, industries, and you see that in autonomous vehicles at this point of time. Improved decisions. Generative models can uncover insights humans may miss or suggest highly optimized solutions. In summary, applied thoughtfully, generative AI adoption can profoundly transform customer experience, business operations, and even the whole industries. Before embarking on a generative AI program, it's critical to objectively assess your organization's readiness. The key areas to evaluate include data health. You want to assess coverage, depth, diversity, and identify gaps. Infrastructure, you want to audit your current systems for storage, networking, and compute requirements. Skill sets, you want to have the multidisciplinary expertise which is needed right from your data scientists to ethics specialists. Executive buy-in, you want to confirm with your senior leadership that they understand opportunities and support investment. Culture is their openness within your organization for experimentation and change. Because generative AI is going to impact your workflows, it's going to impact your roles, and your responsibilities would also evolve. Methodically reviewing each area allows us to develop a roadmap to close the gaps before scaling. Once the organizational readiness is confirmed, the next step is shaping a comprehensive generative AI strategy. You want to identify high-impact use cases. Which are those business problems or functions which will benefit the most from generative AI? Let's consider that potential value. We want to define pilot projects. Identify focused pilot use cases to demonstrate value at small scale and build those capabilities internally first. Assessing technology needs, map out the required data pipelines, infrastructure, and integration needed for generative AI success. Building cross-functional teams, determine roles across technology, business, and design needed for responsible AI development. Providing governance, creating the right set of guardrails for ethics, transparency, privacy, and performance standards. And more importantly, change management, engaging those stakeholders early and often, and making a very, very human case for generative AI. This would enable targeted deployment, and it builds confidence within the organization. To execute on a generative AI strategy, the technology foundations must support the success. The key components would include data infrastructure. Do we have secure and scalable storage and pipelines for accessing quality data to power generative models? Compute power. Generative AI requires a lot of GPU space. So GPUs and specialized chips to enable high-speed AI model processing and inferences. Development tools, frameworks like TensorFlow and PyTorch to build and evaluate and update generative models. Integration layer, ability to embed generative AI within the existing systems through APIs and microservices. A robust MLOps platform with capabilities to deploy, monitor, and update those models responsibly. And model management, tools to store, version, control, access to approved models which are ready for production use. With the right stack, generative AI systems can be rapidly developed, deployed, monitored, and integrated with the current existing stack to maximize value. To maximize the strategic impact of the generative AI, there are key organizational design considerations to consider. Centers of excellence. We want to build critical mass of expertise while distributing capabilities across business units. New roles. There will be new opportunities like ethics leads and AI translators to connect technical and domain knowledge. Agile teams. We want to enable tight collaboration between engineers, product experts, and the subject matter experts. Knowledge sharing, creating opportunities for teams to share learnings across the organization through training and workshops. Pilot focus, starting with defined pilots tied to your business KPIs before pursuing larger initiatives. And holistic metrics. Measure technological progress, but also creativity, collaboration, and overall health of the workforce. While the technology, every time the technology provides the foundation, organizational design, people, and culture are critical for scaling generative AI responsibly. To build trust and mitigate risks, generative AI must be implemented responsibly. The key considerations include representation. We want to ensure diversity in training data to reduce harmful biases and continue to actively monitor outputs. Privacy. We should employ techniques like federated learning and differential privacy to protect personal data. Security. Implement access controls, encryption, and monitoring to safeguard models and data. Transparency. Clearly communicate those capabilities, limitations, and performance to all the stakeholders. Accountability. Establish mechanisms for reporting issues like harmful content or IP violations. Sustainability, which is often overlooked, but it's equally important. Optimize for energy efficiency when training and running generative models. Accountability. So oversight. Form cross-functional bodies to assess risks, fairness, and societal impacts continuously. Compliance. Proactively engage legal counsel to adhere to regulations and avoid liability. By proactively addressing these dimensions, we can develop generative AI that augments human potential, while also at the same time avoiding harm. Successfully scaling generative AI requires thoughtful change management. Stakeholder communications, clearly communicating the timelines and goals and the expected impacts early and often. Training employees, equipping employees with understanding and the skills needed to adopt new tools. User feedback channels, actively solicit input on issues and undesirable outputs and incorporate those learnings. Gradual rollouts slowly ramp up complexity as organizational comfort levels improve. Role-specific planning address how workflows and required skills will evolve for each role. Reinforcing quick wins. Leverage proofs of value from early pilots to build further buy-in from your executive leadership and adoption. And last but not the least, you want to celebrate contributions. You want to recognize teams and individuals who can help drive responsible generative AI progress. These were just few of those best practices, but with proactive change management, we can smoothly transition our organizations and amplify generative AI benefits. To ensure generative AI aligns with the business goals and minimizes risks, key governance considerations should include risk assessments. We want to proactively evaluate risks spanning data, models, biases, misuse, IP infringement, and developed strategies, mitigation strategies for these. Policy management. We want to establish access controls. We want to establish monitoring and other policies to safeguard the model and the data assets. Model oversight. Continuously monitor the model performance and ensure that there are no unintended behaviors. We can use MLOps and human-in-the-loop reviews. Incident response. Have mechanisms to disable models and promptly address issues like your harmful content or IP violations. Legal collaboration. Work closely with legal counsel to adhere to regulations and avoid liability. Documentation. Maintain thorough documentation on data provenance, model development, evaluation results, and compliance procedures. This would be needed for your auditors soon. Developer training, equipping the developers to assess risks and implement responsible practices throughout the AI development lifecycle. With vigilant governance, we can enable generative AI to thrive while keeping the organizations secure, compliant, and also accountable. So as we conclude, let's recap the key takeaways for the CTOs leading the generative AI adoption. Identifying high potential use cases, pinpointing where generative AI will have the greatest business impact. Assessing organizational readiness, evaluating data, infrastructure, skills, culture, and executive alignment. Develop an implementation strategy. Include focused pilots, technology needs, teams, and governance. Build the technology foundations. We want to build the quality data pipelines, the MLOps, the MLOps foundations, and have like clear integrations for the systems defined. Design the organization for AI. We want to distribute expertise via centers of excellence. We'll be creating new roles and agile teams. Lead responsible and ethical AI. We want to embed practices for transparency, fairness, privacy, and security. Manage change thoughtfully. We want to equip employees with the needed mindsets and the skills to drive this adoption and implement rigorous governance. We want to monitor for risks and enforce policies and accountability. By taking this comprehensive approach, we can unlock generative AI's immense potential while mitigating risks. This is all I had. Thank you all for joining today for this important discussion on architecting generative AI adoption. And again, I want to express my gratitude to all the SS Agile Gurus, Agile coaches. I hope you found the framework and the best practices shared valuable as you lead this transformation in your respective organizations. I welcome your perspectives and feedback, and I would love to keep the conversation going. Before I jump into a little, take a moment to quickly introduce InfluencerKit.ai. I want to pause here for any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Pawan, for the wonderful session. Now we can have the questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please share it on the chat. You can raise your hand. I will unmute you. Okay, seems like it's all clear, Pawan.
Yeah.
You can start with the kit details.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to take a moment to quickly introduce you to InfluencerKit.ai. So InfluencerKit allows subject matter experts and influencers to have the power of extending their knowledge, extending their wisdom to the people, to their followers, and even to their future customers, which are called the leads. Imagine the power of having access to those thought leaders as their fan, as their follower, and you can ask them any question at any point of time. That's the kind of interaction we are building. That's the kind of engagement we are giving thought to. We actually give this thought leader and this influencer a chance to extend their brand and their wisdom and their knowledge forever. We do this at scale around the world in multiple languages. So imagine having a conversation with Ratan Tata while he's not up all the night answering your questions, or imagine trying to speak with Barack Obama about a hot topic or a hot question that is close to your heart. How would you as their follower or as their fan feel? And that is something that we are enabling through our platform, which is serving a lot of these thought leaders and influencers. So reach out to me on my email, pawan@influencerkit.ai. I look forward to speaking with you. This slide here also has my LinkedIn QR code. Feel free to connect and I'll be more than happy to give you a demo and even see how we might serve you and your organization.
Pawan, there is one question from Sharat, like any projects implemented in this area and challenges you faced?
So I am a platform engineering leader, and I have been really streamlining my organization to adopt generative AI over the past year. The biggest challenges were more in terms of organizations being hesitant at this point of time to embrace generative AI for obvious reasons. You probably have heard this across the different speakers too. Primarily, it boils down to security and privacy. Not everyone have the wherewithal and the economic power to actually fine-tune a model or build something in-house. It takes millions and millions of dollars to get to something of even like 100th of what ChatGPT is. So if we are interfacing with likes of Bard or ChatGPT or Cloud from Anthropic, a lot of companies, for obvious reasons, don't trust that this data is going to be secure and it's going to be private. And there are like solutions being built on top of it, which probably are going to solve this problem soon, and it will get commoditized in the future. So what we have done within my organization is, sure, I mean, there are restrictions. We cannot use ChatGPT or like other similar LLMs for obvious reasons, but we started embracing it, developing very, very similar workflows using SlackOps or ChatOps and creating a very, very similar experience for our internal customers, which is like respectively the developers, because I'm leading a platform engineering organization. A lot of this has been done using low-code tools which are available, which can be hosted within our system. And then all of these have been piloted and we've been iterating on it. I would say that the success is a mix. There has been a lot of enthusiasm, but at the same time, a human is still needed to gate a lot of the responses and the automation. So I think as we evolve the models and we have like things, ChatOps is great for like, I want to roll this particular change out to production, or I want to spin up a test environment and like tear down a test environment. When those things are great through ChatOps, but if you are like wanting to build like give me insights based on this particular data set on or like make me a projection of how this is going to look in the future, I think we need like more powerful LLMs than what we can do or fine tune right now within an organization. So it is we've been using, like, we've embraced the principles of generative AI, at least within the organization. The likes of the big five, it's a little different because they inherently have been allowed to leverage generative AI at a much bigger scale because it's most of them are using their own products. But organizations outside of the big five or the big 10, it is kind of, I would say, a mix. It was a long-winded answer, but hopefully that answered your question, Shah. So it's pretty early, I would say, at this point of time. Yeah.
Thanks, Pawan. Yep, that's a long answer, but tightly called. Security is always a big concern in any area. But comes to generative AI, I think big countries are still working on how to get good laws around generative AI, so that when we start interacting internally or with the external customer, the data is protected. That is how we can move forward. Otherwise, there is no point in doing the POCs, which will risk our our confidential data. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharad. I hope
go
that was the good response what you were waiting for from Pawan. So Pawan, I'm just sharing the token of appreciation. So I'm just sharing my screen now.
Yeah.
Pawan, are you able to share see the screen?
Yeah.
So this is a token of appreciation from SS Agile Gurus. So Sharad, Satish, you want to share anything before we close this session? For Pawan?
Yeah, overall, it's a great session. Satish, please go ahead.
Thanks for this walking us through this wonderful topic, Pawan. And definitely that helps us and the participants to go through this topic. And I know most of the participants might already started reaching out to you on your LinkedIn or on the access which you provided. You might be busy answering the responding to them over the weekend. Looking forward for it. Thanks, Pawan.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharad. Thank you.
Thanks, Pawan. I'm stopping the screen now. And we can move to the next topic. Sharad, I'm moving to the next. We still have time and there are no further questions.
Yeah, let's move to the next topic quickly.
Okay.
So that we can meet our time boxing.
Yeah, we will cover the agenda and the plan for day one today. So next topic, Unleashing the Generative AI by Anshuman Chawla. So Anshu comes with 15 years of experience in portfolio and program management, and she's expert in handling the development and maintenance project entire life cycle. She's also having a hands-on experience on Java web-based application in Agile framework. Anshuman, you can share the screen now.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are.
And I hope you can see my screen as well.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I hope every one of you had a good dinner and none of you are feeling sleepy. And I hope to have an interesting session and discussion with all of you. So I'll be your host for next 40 minutes. So this is Anshuman Chawla. And currently I'm looking into advanced development group in Samsung as a leader there. So today in my session, I'll be covering what is AI, machine learning, deep learning, and I'll be describing Gen AI application, how Gen AI works, and generative AI model types. So while we were discussing in this summit, today's day was mostly covered around AI. VCs, Supriya, Chandrasekhar, and even Pawan, they were discussing about different applications or different way to use Gen AI. But I was at the same place 2 to 3 months back, and then I started exploring what is this Gen AI, how is it technically taking care of the things. And then I learned a lot, and then I thought maybe I'll share it with this group. It may help everyone. So what is generative AI? Generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence technology that can produce various type of content, including text, imagery, and audio. But what is artificial intelligence? We have been talking about generative intelligence, but what is artificial intelligence? Well, when we are going to explore generative AI, we should have a basic understanding of what is AI, what is machine learning, and how they all are related. One way to think AI is a discipline like engineering, and all the other things are falling under it. AI is a science that deals with the creation of intelligent agents, which are systems that can reason, learn, and act autonomously. Essentially, AI has to do with the theory and methods to build machines that can think and act like humans. And it is basically making a system that can act like a human. I hope you all have noticed the word act. So it has been years, decades, we are working on AI, but we haven't been still able to make a system that is like human. We are still able to not replicate everything. Now, what is machine learning? In this discipline, we have machine learning, which is a branch of AI. It is a program or a system that trains model from input data, and that trained model then is used to make useful prediction from new or never seen data. Machine learning gives the computer ability to learn without explicit programming. In simple words, machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that focuses on getting machines to make a decision without explicitly programming them. So if you see here, now we have been able to explore the relationship between artificial and intelligence and machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence where they learn on the past data. So machine learning are basically classified into two models, supervised and unsupervised. So the key difference between two is that supervised model, we have labels, label data that comes up with tag, name, type, or number. One way to understand label data is whenever we are making Excel, the top row, we define what is that column referring to, name or employee ID. So you can think supervised learning models or label as that thing only. When we talk about unlabeled data or unlabeled data, so that is what unsupervised learning is. Right. So I hope the difference is clear. So let's explore them a little more. So the type of problem supervised learning can solve is shown in the graph. So where we have the minimum temperature and we are trying to predict the maximum temperature based on the past data. That is, we have the past data, and in future we want to predict if this is a minimum temperature, then we can predict what will be the maximum temperature. That is learning from the past to predict the future values. Mathematically, if we want to see it, it will look something like this. So this is the most basic equation that I have taken, where y is equal to f of x, where y is the output. In our case, we were predicting the maximum temperature. So y is the maximum temperature, which is based on some kind of a model for a function of a x. X is the predictor variable or input. Let's say in this case, it was a minimum temperature. So basis some model, some coding on predictor variable, will be predicting the unseen variable of the value of the output variable. So let's get deeper into this. Why I want you to go into deeper of this, because we'll be exploring using these things more into Gen AI. So in unsupervised learning, the data is not labeled. Basically, it is not labeled, and we type of cluster them into different groups, right? And the example you see where we classify this group into 4 different type bases, bases their salaries, or let's say bases their states or something. So these type of problems are solved with unsupervised learning where data is not labeled. So basically in supervised learning, we have input, which is fed to a model, and we predict the output. And if the output is very different from the expected output, then we get an error, and that error is then again fed to correct it. So this is a classic optimization problem. While it goes into the loop while we get the required answer or required model, which can predict the correct output. Unsupervised learning is where the input data X is fed to the model and it generates samples or grouping of the different data. So while we have understood what is AI and what are different ML models, supervised and unsupervised. So, but what were the shortcomings of this? So one of the shortcomings of machine learning was it was not able to handle high dimensional data. When I talk about high dimensional data, let me give you an example here. Let's just consider that you have a coin and you drop it on a single lane. You'll be easily be able to figure out where the coin is. But if it is a square plot, it will be little difficult for you to find it out. But when the dimension is increased to cube, it will become more difficult. What if the dimension is increased to n level? The complexity will keep on increasing. So similar is the problem of image recognition where we have multiple different dimensions. So such problems cannot be solved by machine learning. Another limitation of machine learning is where we have number of data variables, right? So where the number of features or number of variables are more. So let us consider that equation that we have considered earlier where y equal to fx. If the number of x are more, how will we consider which one is more important, which one is not very important? So it becomes very difficult for a programmer or a data scientist to tell the machine which feature is important, right? So this complexity keeps on increasing. Let us consider the case where you have 100,000 of predictor variables. How will you do that? So this becomes a limitation of machine learning. So to overcome the challenges of feature extraction, there was a need for deep learning models. So because the deep learning models are only things which were capable of learning to focus on the right feature by themselves with little guidance from the program and without too much of programming. Basically, deep learning mimics the way our brain behaves. So in deep learning, what happens is feature extraction happen automatically with little guidance, and it learns the model. It will understand which feature or which variable is important and predicting the variable, and it will give us the required outcome. So deep learning uses artificial neural networks and are inspired from our brain structure. Now, when people started up coming with this deep learning concept, their main aim was to re-engineer human brain as our brain, and to re-engineer our human brain. When we are talking about human brain, it is very complex. The basic unit of a human brain is a neuron. Let's talk about what is neuron. On the screen, you can see a basic structure of a neuron, where these are the dendrites which receives input from other cell bodies, and some function is applied on this cell body axon, and then with some threshold, it is transferred to other parts of the body. So this type of neuron structure was replicated into the deep learning as well. So if you can see here, these are the input layers which receive signals from another neurons or another artificial neuron or perceptrons, and then some kind of input function or sum or threshold transformation is applied here, and then this is sent as an output to the other neuron network. So deep learning model basically has many input layers, which allows them to learn more complex patterns than traditional machine learning. And neural networks can use both labeled and unlabeled data. That is called a semi-supervised learning. In semi-supervised learning, a neural network is trained on a small amount of labeled data and large amount of unlabeled data. The labeled data help the neural network to learn the basic concepts of the task, and unlabeled data help them to generalize to new examples. Now let us briefly explain where this deep learning fits into overall structure. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning where it just concentrates on the neural networks. It's a whereas machine learning is a broad field that encompasses many different techniques, and deep learning is a type of machine learning that uses artificial neural network, allowing them to process more and more complex information than machine learning. Deep learning or machine learning model in general can be divided into two subcategories. They are discriminative or generative. A discriminative model is a type of model that is used to classify or predict the labels of data points. And they are typically trained on a data set with the labeled data points, and they can learn the relationship between features and points. And it is generally used to predict the labels for new data points. While generative models generate new data instances based on the learned probability distribution of existing data, this generative model generates new content. Take this example here. For example, discriminative model learns from the conditional probability of the probability of y given the input x. Conditional probability is like whenever we have given the input x, what is the probability of predicting y? And while generative models take care of the joint probability of x and y and then predicts the conditional probability. So we have already discussed that deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and this generative AI is a subset of deep learning. So deep learning have basically two things that we have seen, generative and discriminative, and this generative is where we fall into the subset of deep learning. We have finally got where generative AI fits into AI discipline, and I think it can process both labeled and unlabeled data using supervised, unsupervised, and semi-supervised. So if you can see here, large language models, they are also subset of Gen AI and deep learning. So discriminative technique, as we have discussed, they are used to classify, and we have discriminative model, while generative techniques, they generate a completely new content, and they are. So in older system, what we had data and label, which we fed it into the machine models, which predicts the relationships and learned the relationships between data and label, and then it predicted the variables. While in generative AI, it took unstructured content and learns the pattern in that content, and it generated the completely new content from it. So if you can see here, how to distinguish whether it is Gen AI or not. If we have the output as a number or a discrete or a class or a probability, then it is not generative AI. It is generative AI when we have completely new content, for example, image or a natural language or a audio or a text somewhere. So it is a generative AI. So this is our previous equation. So I think we have already discussed it. An example for what is not generative AI is when we are predicting whether a mail is spam or not, whether the minimum temperature or whether we get the required climate changes or not. So such functions come under generative AI, not generative AI prediction, but when we are creating completely new content or summarization from the existing content, that comes under generative AI. So this is what we have seen. So to explain you the more power of generative AI, we have structured, unstructured content from which it builds a foundation model. This foundation model then generates a completely new content. So the completely new content could be text, code, or image. So these foundation models, they ingest lot and lot of data. For example, Palm or OpenGPT or RAD or some other tools, if you see, so they are kind of foundational model which takes lot and lot of data and then learn patterns on it, and then basis those patterns, they create a new content. So we have come up a long way from a traditional programming to neural networks to Gen AI. In traditional programming, we used to hard code whether if these are the features, then this is going to be the output. In neural network, we used to tell that if this is this, then this is the, then it is to predict output. While in generative AI, it used to take the inputs and then used to generate the output. So talking about the formal definition of generative AI, so generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that creates new content based on what it has learned from the existing content. It is the process of learning from the existing content is called training, and the results in creation of a new statistical model, which when given a prompt will predict and give us a new content. So large language model are also type of generative AI, since they generate new content for us. So whenever we talk about generative models, at this point, we generally consider two models, language models and image models. In language model, it learns about the pattern in the language through the training data and give us, and then given some text, they predict what will come next. And while in image model, they take image and transform it into something else. And that something could be maybe they are captioning the image, or they are creating animation out of it, or a visual question answering. While for the text, it can translate, summarize, and even convert it into task and some other things. So as you've discussed, generative language model learns about the pattern and language through training data and then gives what comes next. So let me give you an example here. Brad uses LLM, TLM, PAM. So whenever you try to search something, how to plan, let's say how to plan. So Google will show you the option basis your history. So this is also one of the example of generative AI where it is trying to predict what next will you type basis your work history. Right. One of the more use cases that I generally see here is whenever we are having technical discussions, we generally forget the terms that are used in those meetings. So we can use generative AI tools for that. So for example, what is the difference between lambda and another we forgot? So we can come here and it can predict for us what is next. So these are the different responses. So this was the response from Brad. This is from ChatGPT. I like Brad responses more. So it can even solve philosophical answer. For example, what is success? So it will take an overall look at what is success and give us a example along with the example of explanation. What is it? Now coming over to the fact how it works. So as we can see that it is a very complex functionality, right? The power of generative AI comes from the use of transformers. Transformers were produced in the 2018 revolution in natural language processing. At high level, a transformer model consists of an encoder and a decoder, right? So encoder and a decoder, the encoder encodes the input and decoders then decodes it and passes as the output. There are 6 encoder components, and similarly we have a 6 decoder component. This 6 is not a number, but it is a hyperparameter that was discovered in 2018 in a revolution. Each encoder can be broken into 2 sub layers, self-attention and a feed-forward layer. The input to the encoders are first flows through the self-attention layer, which helps to encode and look at the relevant part of the word as it encodes a central word, and then to the second layer, that is feed-forward layer. The output of the self-attention layer is fed to the feed forward neural network. And similarly, we have the decoder also. Decoder also has self-attention layer and feed forward layer and self-attention. And there's one more component there, encoder, decoder, attention. Let's look at a little more detail here. So after we embed any input, it is passed on to the self-attention layer. The word at each position is passed to self-attention layer. Then it passes through feed forward neural network. The exact same network at each vector will flow through separately. Dependency exists between these paths in this self-attention layer. However, feed forward layer does not have these dependency, and therefore various paths can be executed in parallel while they flow through feed forward layer. In self-attention layer, the input embedding is broken into query keys and values, which are then done using some functionality. They are embedded together, and you can see the Z that as an output, and which is then forwarded to feed forward layer, which does some kind of processing on that input, and which is then passed on to decoder, and similar processing happen at the decoder level as well. So in GenAI, there's an important concept called as hallucination. So what is hallucination? These are the word or phrases that are generated by the models that are often nonsensical or grammatically incorrect. Maybe I'll give you one example here. A few days back, I was searching for a high professional job in OpenAI ChatGPT, and it gives me that all the high profession or high value job that are taken care by male. So there was a kind of biased data that has been fed into it, due to which it was giving us that result. So this is a kind of hallucination example. So why does that happen? Because model was not given enough context, and there were many constraints, or it has dirty data, and it was not given enough data to be trained on. There's one more important concept. I think Chandrasekhar has already covered what are prompt and prompt engineering. So prompt are basically the input that we feed into any Gen AI, basis which it calculates or it generates the output for us. So how good the input we give will predict how better quality output we will get. Right. So there is two concept: prompt design and prompt engineering. Prompt design is the process of creating a prompt that will generate the desired output from the large language model of two closely related. And while prompt engineering is a practice of developing, optimizing to efficiency of language model for a variety of different applications. So prompt design is for some specific task, while prompt engineering is to improve the performance of some specific domain. So it's a vast field there. Prompt design is a more general concept, while prompt engineering is a specialized concept. While it can require prompt engineering is generally used when we need a high degree of accuracy and performance. So how we can make perfect prompt? Chandrasekhar has already given us example, but this is what I have come up with. We have to give a context plus specific information plus intent and a response format. For example, context could be: I'm a software developer and I want to work on a Python project. Explain how to implement exception handling in Python, and write the way I want it explained. Write it in a simple paragraph. For example, the output could be, you may need it in Excel or some other format, so you can specify that also. So if we keep this formula and request for our input, so we may get the required output as well. So concludingly, whatever input we give, it forms a database, and when we input a prompt, it generates a new content for us. So different model types are text to text, where we can generate new content, or we can classify, summarize, or maybe we can ask for sentiment analysis as well. Text to images, we give us some kind of text. For example, in DALL-E or Midjourney, we give a text, show me the beautiful eyes picture, then it will create an image generation or edit the images for us. Text to video or text to 3D is where we give the text in few words and it will create videos or a 3D animation for us. And text to task is where we give input as a text and it will do a task for us. For example, this is the book. Extract the summary and send an email to this. So it is referred to as text to task. So Gen AI landscape is huge. We have text, video, images, code, music, speech, and these are different categories that can be taken care into it. Though we can see that Gen AI has a huge scope and there are many things that we can do. But concludingly, I would say that it is only the tip of the iceberg that we are seeing right now. There is much more to come. So that's it from my part. Thank you so much for being a nice audience, waking so late. Thank you, SS Agile Guru.
Thank you for the great session. So any questions? We have time. We are on track. Any questions, audience? You can ask directly. You can raise your hand. I will unmute you and you can put it on the chat also.
So Anjuman, a quick question from my side. As of today, have you applied this GenAI on any products that you are building in your organization?
Yeah, Sharath, currently, I mean, with all this development in last November, so there's a lot of hype around GenAI. So we have 2-3 projects that we are doing in GenAI. So we are using the existing functionality, plus we are creating our own models as well here in Samsung.
So it's in banking or any other domain?
So it's not into banking, it's more of a informational domain.
Okay, informative. Okay.
Yeah.
Because personally, I've seen a lot of articles because I'm working with HDFC ERGO right now. We are into insurance.
Yeah, but before Samsung, I was into insurance. I was,
Right.
I was in Sun Life, but 3 years back, I switched over to Samsung and now I'm working with Samsung.
Yeah, because I've seen good amount of articles on GenAI, how it is going to revolutionize in insurance space. The kind of articles I saw, these gonna create difference, at least, more than 50% in terms of cost, reducing costs, or, increasing the speed of delivery or automation, whatever we can do in terms of, instead of doing manual insurance, claims and all, how we can automate that. A lot of insights I saw, so just want to check like which domain you're working on, so that, probably I can connect with you offline to get more insights.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Short. Insurance has a lot of scope. There are many processes and many more things that can be automated there, which are currently being done manually. So it has a larger scope there. But Samsung being very secretive organization, I cannot disclose much around that. What I'm working on.
That's great. Overall, it's a very great session because the last 4 speakers throughout the day have been talking about why part of it, why we need to do, right? Why we need to adapt Gen AI or AI in different areas. Pawan was talking about how we can implement at the org level, but I think you took up how part of it, even though technically you are not sound, but that is how I smelled it. Overall, it's a fantastic session. I think a lot of people might have already attached to your conversation. Thanks, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Anyone
you for
has any other questions before we wind up?
We don't have any other questions, so I think it's time to present the token of appreciation to Anshuman. I'm just sharing my screen. The screen is there now. So Anshuman, this is from SS Agile Group.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It was lovely talking to all of you.
Thank you. Satish, Sharath, you want to add something before I stop sharing the screen?
Thanks, Anjuman. Once again, a very heavy topic. You explained it in detail and you made sure we as a participants or audience are engaged throughout the session, and definitely we can understand that being a organization, we can't share what we are actually working on, but at least how part you explained it, and that was a very informative session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm stopping the screen now.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay,
So
let me share my screen.
yeah, Satish, go ahead. Good.
Okay, just a minute. I will. Sharath, you want to add anything before I start sharing my screen?
Oh, Satish, please go ahead. I think
Okay.
we are at the top of the day.
Yeah. Okay, are you able to see my screen? Everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, yes, we are done with the last topic of a very energetic day, very highly powerful topics and the speakers. So let's quickly go through the day one. Yes, we started with Chandra's powerful session, then followed by Harbir, and then Supriya walked through the product psychology, followed by Pawan, and then Anjuman. So we as a token of appreciation, we giving a digital certificate to all the speakers. Those the speakers, we will send these certificates over email in a couple of days. And just not that the thing, we are not here just for learning, right? So as part of the breaks in between the sessions, we are presenting the NGO slides, and these are the confirmations we got over WhatsApp. The payments were done through the NGOs. We know, like many of you or most of you might already done, and we just want to just motivate others also, everyone to do the payments to the NGOs. That way, it is like helping the community. That's one thing. And moving on, day two, right? So tomorrow is again another Power Pack day with different topics related to the product space. Today's major of the sessions are related to AI or the new technologies. Tomorrow's sessions are all Power Pack with the product management space, starting with Anand Muthiraj, SPCT, who will be walking us through the new rules of product management. Followed by, we have Alan Jealous, who will be taking us through importance of vision, strategy, and roadmap. Then we have Balaji, who will be making us, walking through how to build OKR-driven roadmap. Then coming up Prabhu with the future of mobility, software-defined vehicle, followed by Satyajit, exploring product space as an agile coach. And last but not the least, one more important thing is the Nilanchi, covering customer obsession canvas. These are the topics we have lined up to tomorrow. A small change or difference is like tomorrow we are starting at 4 p.m. IST, being a Saturday, and today being a weekday. Some of us has a challenge, but tomorrow being a weekend, the sessions are starting at 4 p.m. Kindly make a note of it. And if you're already registered, you will be receiving an email with the day 2 Zoom link. Make sure to join the session using the link. That's from my side. Any
Thanks,
last?
Satish. Thank you. Sharath, you can.
Yeah, I think
continue.
it's time to call it a
Thank
day.
you.
We have spent a lot of energy throughout the day. Let's rest for a while and come back tomorrow with lots of energy, because we have very good speakers that got lined up. Thanks everyone. Thanks to all the
Thank you.
participants.
Good night.
special
Thank
teachers.
you.
Satish,
Thank
see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I think you can end the session. Thank you. Good night.